Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to another day of flying. And today we're going to be flying a round trip to Nice today. Um, so yes, yeah, like I said, just a quick, well, not really a quick, but at least a round trip to Nice. Been a while since I've been there before, or been a while since I've been there last, so it should be a lot of fun flying there today. We're currently standing here at the stand 68, and apologies, I don't remember the gate, just the stand number, so sorry for that. At least November Golf Delta is ready for us today, so that should be good. Before I forget, we'll introduce the members, of course, if I can just get that up. So, we have ATCSVD, Sander, and Jon, so shout out to all of you, and as always, thank you for the support, it is really appreciated. So, should we just start off with the briefing? Just need to get everything up and running here. Don't really connect here. Oh, there you go. Now it worked. Wonderful. Yes, so Tom say hello, welcome. Hope you are doing well. Oh, you have finally got a PC. Nice, wonderful. How is it? I imagine the performance is much better. Skyrift Aviation, hello, good morning. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing fine, or doing not really fine. I'm doing great, thank you. Yes. Should we start with the briefing then? So, today on the, what is it? The 1st of May, of course. Sorry for that. It is the 1st of May. Today on the 1st of May 2025, we're going to be flying two sectors between Oslo and Nice. We're going to be flying on the Norwegian Air Shuttle ALC today with the Lima November Golf Delta. We're going to be piloting command and also pilot flying for both flights. When it comes to the first flight to Nice, the departing of was at 600 Zulu, so that's going to be in about 55 minutes. 800 local time. Flight time is going to be about 2 hours and 50, landing in Nice at 9:10. Oh, correction, at 8:55 is when we are scheduled to land in Nice. And no dispatch remarks, flight level 350 initially, then we're going to be climbing to 36, 37, and then going to be up there, maybe a bit higher. I don't really think that. It looks like we're going to be quite heavy today. You see, the estimated takeoff weight is about more than 67.5 tons. They're going to be significantly heavy today. Fuel minimum 9.9 tons. We will of course decide on that in just a few moments. I think that's Marcel that is our alternate today. Not really sure, so we'll check that on the weather forecast. As you may see, 181 passengers with 2 tons of cargo. The takeoff weight's gonna be about 67.4, so about 67.8. 67.7 perhaps. It's always around 300 kilograms extra on top, because of the roundup of fuel and some other things within SimBrief. So yeah, it's always about 300 to 400 kilograms extra. Between 6.7 and 6.8, 67.8 and 67.7 on the estimated takeoff weight. Maximum share is going to be 2 at Bombi. Still don't really see that as a good waypoint today. But nevertheless, it is going to be a smooth flight. At least it looks like that on the maximum share value. So yes, it is Marseille Airport. Yeah, so we look at the weather for Gardermoen and Nice. And we can look at Marseille in here. Where is... Now you have disappeared. Thank you for that. There we go. Just start off with Gardermoen, so we have the latest weather. So winds are currently calm with KVK 7, 2.2, QNH 1016 nosing, and this is also the 450 METAR. Correction variable 3 knots KVK is what we're expecting through today. and the one line is at 12 between 7 and 9 this morning. So that's actually looking quite good. Yeah. And then for... Oh yeah, apologies. Not really sure what's happening with my voice at the moment, but yeah. And then for NES... this is the 500 meter, so inside 3306 KK 1881019 sig. For today, we're expecting winds 31, prediction 33010 KK. We're coming between 8 and 10, so about when we are landing. 1505, and then 1921. Yeah, that's not really going to be applicable for us. And then for the energy alternates, we're expecting in general winds variable 3 knots KK, maximum 26 degrees and minimum 12. And the 2010 between 11 and 13. So, in general, the weather is looking quite good at both Nis and Marcel today. So, yeah, so there's nothing really applicable for us for Gardermoen today. Stand 5th, I think that is actually at the gate area, so you just mark that. The RDME is out of service, so we will also mark that. Fixed crane erected, that's also good to know. And then, let's get and levels. Mm, 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 mm. Taxi valve for freeze closed. Aerodrome, Prima Fox, Mark November. Ja, vi har flying on A380. On the 04 right and 04 left, northern SID to reduce noise pollution. That's something regarding noise, departure flight modified. That's something we can take a look at later. And then ILS runway 04 left, glide path part out of service. So that means we are not... We're expecting 04 left for landing. It is preferred with the RMP and then the visual part, and then fly visually for the rest if the weather is good enough because of noise. And nevertheless, the ILS glide path for 04 left is out of service, so we don't really expect you using that nevertheless. Marcel, we have a mobile crane. That's probably something that should be good to know about. A tower crane, obstacle light, telescopic mobile crane. Due to air's absence of VAG. Oh, no mobile model flying activity. Ooh, that's cool though. Crane operation. No. Yeah. That should be the note time that's mostly relevant for us then. And then if you can just find a significant somewhere. There we go, this is our significant. This is value 650 on the 1st of May 2025 between flight level 10450 from Washington. So over to Norway here, over Oslo as well. We have some moderate icing between flight level 200 and below flight level 100. You may see outside, this isn't actually that cloudy. But yeah. And then we're actually not really expecting anything further down. So expecting a smooth flight today. With mostly at... Yeah, that is a bit low. We can take flight level 3-4. So expecting mostly a cross tailwind today. All the way down to Nis. So this should be quite a nice flight. Not really expecting anything significant. Not even expecting passing the tropopause. So again, not really expecting turbulence today. So then regarding fuel, to be honest, I'm quite happy with the flight plan fuel of 9.9. So if you guys don't really have anything to say on that, we will go with 9.9 tons today. Should be exactly what we need. Yeah, I don't really see us requiring anything more. Right. And then we can go for the return flight from this with a particle 9:35. So expecting about 40 minutes turnaround time. With a flight time of 2 hours and 50 minutes back again, so not really expecting significant change in the flight time. With a schedule time traveling also 12:25 or 14:25 local. Flight level 36, 37, and 38 is expected. The 38 at Tabak there may not happen, because it's just too close to our descent, so we will maybe change that a bit earlier. We'll wait and see. Yeah. No dispatch remarks at least. Block fuel 9.3 minimum on the way back. 12% alternate, forgot to say we don't have anything on the mail. That is good. 171 passengers, so we're expecting quite a full aircraft on the way back as well. With a take weight of about 65.6 tons. Apologies. So yeah, expecting about 65.6-ish. Maximum share value is going to be 3 at Exenta, so maybe a little bit more turbulent. Closer to Gardermoen. But other than that, not really expecting much nevertheless. Yeah, we can just look at the task for Torp. At the moment, it doesn't really look good with fog. But in general, expecting winds 208 with okay conditions. So it is mostly just the morning fog at the moment in Torp. That's good. We'll just mark off the relevant notes for departure. So you are out. Sorry, that is not you. VOR, fixed crane. Alpha 3. Exemption over runway 0 for right, 0 for left. That's on the SID. You as well. And you could also be relevant in case we need to return back. And guided on nothing. And yeah, we should be within the operating hours of Torp Airport. Yeah. And there's some SID changes, but that's more relevant if you actually need to divert and then depart again. So we can do that on the eventual departure briefing out of Torp if needed. So the significant, if we can just find you. There we go. So this is our significant chart. This is now valid at 12 UTC on the 1st of May 2025 between flight level 100 and 450. So we don't really have anything under it except again for the moderate icing between flight level 100 and below the chart, below flight level 100. So that's basically the only thing we really have today. We don't really expect anything significant of weather. I'm expecting most like cross headwind-ish on the way back. So that should be quite fine. I'm not expecting. Yeah, we may expect to pass the drop of pause on the closer to Gardermoen, Sabak, and you descend. But other than that, still looking quite good. So yes, that should be it. There's something really relevant to say now about either airports. It is more going to be relevant on the approach and departure briefing. So yeah, that should basically be it. Are there any questions? Probably not. Then our briefing is complete. Good. Yes, Juris, good morning. Welcome up, doing well. Let me just see here. Yeah, Tomsa. To get rid of the HUD, I think you need to go into the accessibility settings, and it should be probably on the user experience. But I haven't really checked too much on 2024. I imagine it's going to be the same settings, but I've also seen that the layout is a bit different. So I don't really know, but it should be on the accessibility settings and on the user experience, I imagine. And then you should just find the not remember what it's called either, but you will probably find it. Oh yeah, we found it out. Wonderful. That's fantastic. What are we gonna do for flying the beluga? Nice, enjoy it. Sounds fun. Yeah, thank you, Juris. Thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah, you're returning back to Norway night of Saturday. Sounds good. Madrid to Toulouse. Nice, sounds good. Novolanteto. Yeah, we'll probably fix that later. Yeah, should we probably walk out to the aircraft? We should be departing in about 40 minutes. If we depart a bit early as well. Never anything bad with that. Thomas Simulation, hello, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Oh, nice. Lima India Rumi Papa. Where is that again? I imagine Sierra Kilo there, or Lima Golf Sierra Kilo is Corfu? I actually don't remember. It's been a while since I flew down to Greece. Oh, yes, Pisa, of course, yeah. Right. Forgot that. At least how we have aircraft is just standing here now. It's beautiful weather in Oslo today, not gonna lie. Oh, okay, I understand, Thomas. Ah, I was completely wrong then. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Nice. Yeah, I really like Leotex. I do. And yeah, I haven't really checked too much of the performance, but it feels like the performance is a bit better now with the Leotex compared to Volanta. So yeah, it is nice. And also to just have one tracker for Norwegian, all the Norwegian flights is also really nice to see actually. Because it's much easier to hold track of that, even though we have virtual Norwegian as well, but don't really have the same thing as Leotex have. Joris, from what I've noticed, it feels like the simulator is smoother. Like for example, when we have, it is mostly when we have done one flight and the performance drops. It was quite bad before, but it feels like it is a bit better now. It is still not optimal, but it have improved a little bit. So it is mainly the performance drop I always have after one flight. That is quite bad actually. It's less than 20 FPS, but it generally feels smoother now in those when that happens compared to when I use Volanta. So that is basically what I'm referring to. We still don't really have a Norwegian cabin layout. I mean, it doesn't really matter too much. We can't even open the cockpit door, but like it is just a general nice touch to have, though. Here we go. How we have here we have a wonderful aircraft. Yeah, exactly, Thomas. If you minimize that, I think Volant also probably would have done that as well, but I think still the performance of the Leotex looks to be a bit better. I'm not 100% sure though. I haven't really done a direct comparison. Should do that one day. Yeah, Thomas. Jeg føler med deg der. Yeah, I can feel the same sometimes here as well. If I've been really flying for a long time, can I can understand that indeed. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you. Appreciate it. Happy that you enjoy at least. But yeah, should we probably do the check here? Straight up what? Yes. So we have the emergency axe, we have the fire extinguisher, 3 hairpins, you're close and locked. And the circuit breakers are looking good there. Good here. Parker brake set. cut off, down, up, down, park. Yes, wonderful. Everything is looking good here at least. Power it up though. Yes, and then we can turn on you. And we will request air conditioning in it. I think actually 019ers are in use today. It's not 01s that we have here. Imagine that's what they used yesterday. The guard frequencies. I knew there was something I forgot. 1215. It's a bit unfortunate that you can't save the frequencies on the paddle states in this aircraft. It's a bit unfortunate. Always, sometimes I do forget to set the guard before starting here. Yes. Now we can do the tests. Overheat. Good. The pack size still doesn't work, but that is mainly all of it. Yep. And the well, it's going to be 95, 95, that's good, and it's going to be 92, 92, wonderful. So just test it straight away. Good. Everything looks to be working as it should here, so that is good to see. Oh, Thompson. Oh. Yeah, that doesn't really sound good. Yeah. Reminds me of my old computer. Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. The Wi-Fi is crashing already. What a good start. Okay, should we request a fuel truck?
Refueling truck is on its way.
Yes.
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
Oh, I haven't gotten Chase Payne yet. No. I'm not quite sure when I'm going to be able to buy it yet either. I hope soon, but I can't really guarantee anything. Oh, no. What that was? Yeah. Well, then now the Wi-Fi is back again. Strange.
Torstai cockpit.
Go ahead.
Hi Captain, microphone check please.
Read it out and clear.
OK Captain, radio check completed. The LL contact you once the ground vehicles arrive and we are ready Torstai start loading.
Roger. Hello.
Hi. Okay, I've spoken to security, and I'm told they'll be ready to send the passengers down to us in a few minutes.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah. That's also probably just the reason I will actually buy Chase Plane is because of the camera physics. Because then I don't really need to have FS
Fuel
Realistic
drop is in
running in the
position.
background. That will save even more performance, and
Please don't
also
load the
I
aircraft
don't
until
need
the fuel
to
truck
run
arrives
it all the
and
time.
asked to do
Because
it.
sometimes I actually do forget, or it just crashes without me noticing it. So that's the good thing with the Chase Plane, is just it is inside the sim itself. So I will probably buy it, but again, I just don't know when. One day at least. Alright then, yes, so there's the 826K ARC is up to date. May 15th, yeah, it's May 1st, that's fine. And we have the latest operation program for the 737. We're currently standing at Gardermoen. Gonna be GPS left position for us today. Gonna be flying from Oslo to Nis. We're gonna be Nordic 1 Juliet Golf. Yeah. Nordic 1 Juliet Golf. And then we're gonna, yeah, we can disregard. Departure runway, that is a good question. What does it say now? What are they using in Oslo? Just quick check. This is one on the right, so take one on the right then. By the Vippa 6 Delta. Let's see if there could be any changes. I don't really think so. This is the wrong flight plan. The Vippa is going to be directed to Arthur. Arthur directed to Amrak. Amrak direct to Whiskey Romeo Bravo. Before we continue, I'll just check on refueling. There we go. Looks good. It is not going to be west, it is going to be east. November 850 to Exaro. Exaro direct to Bombi. Not Umbi. Bombi. Direct to Giget. Abuka. Kilo Romeo Hotel. Nator. Tango Romeo Alpha. Yep. These two are the same. I imagine this is going to be the first one. First ones, let me check. Tango Romeo Alpha. That is going to be Brasadingen. At least the first one. You can take the waypoint down. Where is Tango Romeo Alpha? There we go, direct to Ribus. Ribus direct to Gersa. Gersa direct to Soso. Direct to Odina. Direct to Enuba. Asbop. Zulu 185. To Burdi. So And it's going to be Burdi 7 Romeo 0 for left. The approach, we're expecting the RNAV Alpha for 0 for left. Skulle bli via de Burdi 7 Romeo. Det skulle bli via Neras. Check that actually is correct. Neras. Yeah. Cost next 9 for the reserves today. At 2.4. Flight level 350 initially. 50. Reducing wind 299.26. Average ISS is -2. That's going to be -56. 250. 310. 200. 1 and then gun edge in this at the moment is 1020. Excellent. Still refueling, at least we can start boarding them.
Boarding requested.
All stations were about to start boarding.
What's the airport elevation in this? I think it is going to be less than 50 meters, 30 feet. This is right at this Mediterranean. So I don't really think it is going to be that high. I just want to double check nevertheless. Yeah, elevation is 12 feet, so zero that. Not -200.
Passengers boarding starting.
Yeah, I forgot to fix yes, here, so apologies for that. And also, we are going to have you. Apologies for that as well. First, we will push back. Now, push back. Parking brakes is usually safe. Yeah. You might still struggle a bit.
Boarding pass, please. May I see your boarding pass?
No.
Boarding pass, please.
Yeah, maybe I should wait until we get some sail. Yeah, that's fair enough. Just wondering when that's happening.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. Just to let you know that the passengers have started boarding.
Thank you.
This way. May I see your boarding pass?
Oh, nice Skydrift. That sounds good though. Up to Svalbard via Tromsø. Sounds really great.
Welcome on board.
Hope you will enjoy that. It's a lot of fun flying to Svalbard. It's a bit challenging because of the different procedures. It is one of the most northerly commercial airport in the world. So it is something else flying up there than to like Oslo, for example, or Bergen. And the runway there is really bumpy as well, so be careful. I mean, it makes sense though because of all of the frost up there. That the runway is then changing it for, if you understand what I
This
mean.
way, please.
Just see that on the roads here in Norway as well. You will sometimes after maybe 2 or 3 years that cracks may form in the asphalt because of the frost.
Hello.
So yeah, something unique flying up to Svalbard or
May I see your
Longyearbyen.
boarding pass?
Yeah, this takes quite a long time, so I'm not quite sure if we'll be able to finish this.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, the refueling is complete. We can actually turn on you.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome on board.
Never experienced the file export to be so slow loading up or loading in files. That's interesting. And sound files of all things as well. At least the instruments are up and running, so that's good.
Hello.
Perform our runway for departure. Yes, all of that.
This way.
That sounds like a good idea indeed, Skydive. What runway are you hoping for then if when you're flying up there?
Hello.
I mean, the other one is a bit more fun to land on than the other, but it will be a longer taxi though. That's the downside.
This way. Good morning.
My place, hello, welcome. Hope you're doing well. A long time. Welcome back at least.
Good morning.
Probably been a nice flight. Yeah. Hope so. I think we need to finish up the aircraft before continuing this. Go ahead.
Hi Captain, just a quick update. Torstai let you know that we have started loading. DLL send the final load share up once we are ready.
Roger.
May I see your boarding pass?
Okay.
Good morning.
So we can request the Simbrief date, flight date plan. Oh, that,
May I see your
no, that
boarding
was
pass?
just the routing, of course, yeah. A little bit annoying that we always need to request a flight plan from Simbrief to be able to insert the winds, and you just can't do that data connection automatically. A little bit annoying, but not really anything significant nevertheless. It isn't the
Boarding pass?
worst thing either. Could have been worse that it didn't work at all, like we needed before,
Good morning.
loading everything up from the community folder.
Good morning.
That was even worse. So yeah, can't actually complain, to be honest.
Hello.
Yes, I think pretty much everything is ready to go.
This way.
So it's going to be 192. Remember to set that. I have forgot a few times before to actually set the correct heading or runway heading before departure. So we had departed 190s with 012s or 01 headings, so that is not really good.
Welcome on board.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. While you're being seated, please remember that
That's something we need to start to use for including in the briefing as well, I think. Just confirm the departure heading or runway heading. Because, especially in Oslo, that's something, if you generally are departing from a runway that you didn't land on, quite easy to get.
Og andre berbere elektroniske enheter, for eksempel CD-spillere og berbere datamaskiner, må slås av å oppbevares for avreise.
Boarding pass,
A
please.
little bit more. But it's generally my fault though. Can't really complain either. Yes, it's 1700.
Welcome on board. Good morning. Boarding pass, please.
Oh, nice, Mike. Oh, I understand. Congratulations, Dan.
Boarding pass, please.
Congratulations. But I think, or at least that you're finished.
May I see your boarding pass?
Nice. Hope it went well, Dan.
Ground torstai copy.
Go ahead.
Loading has been completed. We are sending the load share up torstai you now. We are waiting for you torstai close up. Once the beacon light ES widget on VLL contact you torstai begging puspa.
Roger.
Good morning.
We do the PA first, then I imagine. We're not really waiting on many other passengers. So, we'll be shortly finished with boarding it.
Good morning.
So we'll do that first, because then we can do the party briefing after we got the load sheet. So, flight time is going to be 2 hours 50, flight level 350 and climbing a bit higher. And the weather in this is quite good. Mine damer og herrer, god morgen. Mitt navn er Fabian, jeg er kaptein ombord i dag, og på en av Norwegian resten av besetningen så ønsker vi dere hjertelig ombord denne flyvningen fra Oslo Gardermoen til Nes. Flytid til Nis i dag er forventet å bli rundt ca. 2 timer og 50 minutter. Vi begynner forhåpentlig snart å bli klare for avgang. Vi vil vente på at de siste passasjerene skal få komme seg ombord, og at bakken skal få lastet og losset ferdig flyet. Venter ut av gaten om rundt 10-15 minutter. Synes det kan være så snill å sette dere ned og ta på sikkerhetsbeltet. Og for deres egen sikkerhet hans bord, så anbefaler vi på det sterkeste å følge med på den veldig viktige sikkerhetsdemonstrasjonen som kom fra kabinbesetningen om noen få strakser. Når det kommer til taxituren vår i dag, så forventer vi ikke at den skal være alt for lang før vi er klare for avgang. Avgangsruten vår i dag er altså ganske så grei. Vi kommer til å ta over først, eller vi kommer egentlig til å ta rett sørover ned mot Nis. Når det kommer til, vi forventer å marsje på rundt 35 000 volt i dag. Vi forventer å klatre litt høyere gjennom flyvningen ettersom vi har brent opp litt drivstoff og flyet har blitt litt lettere. Vi forventer for så vidt god flyforhold gjennom flyvningen, men som alltid vi anbefaler på sikkerhetsbeltet på barsen til vi kommer bort til nødvendig turbulens. Været i Nis for øyeblikket ser det ganske så bra ut med litt svak vind fra nord. Det er 18 grader og ser ut som det skal være ganske så mye skyfritt for øyeblikket. Ellers, siden jeg slapp av, så håper vi får en veldig fin flytur med Norwegian. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Fabian, I am the captain aboard today, and on behalf of Norwegian and the rest of the crew, we want to wish you a very welcome aboard this flight from Oslo Gardermoen to Nis. Flight time to Nis today is expected approximately 2 hours and 50 minutes. We are fairly shortly ready for departure from there, expecting just waiting for the passengers for the last passenger to come on board and the ground crew to finish loading up the aircraft. Should hopefully be pushing back in about 10 to 15 minutes. So if you may please sit down, take the seatbelts. And for your own safety on board, we do recommend to pay special attention to the safety demonstration that is coming from the cabin crew in just a few moments. When it comes to the taxi today, we don't really anticipate that to be long before we're ready for departure. Our departure reading as well is looking quite good today. We're departing initially, we're just departing straight south today towards the Nes. We're expecting to be cruising at approximately 35,000 feet today. We also may expect to be climbing a bit higher after we have burned some fuel and the aircraft will become a bit lighter. We are expecting good flying conditions throughout the flight, but as always, we do recommend the ships on just in case encountering some unexpected turbulence. Weather in Nis at once looking quite good with just some slight winds from the north, 18 degrees centigrade, and looks like it's going to be nice and clear skies as well. Otherwise, sit down, relax, and we're going to enjoy this flight with Norwegian. Thank you. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Okay, here's the load sheet from ground. I've written the passenger count here, the crew count here, and the total number of souls, not including yourselves, here.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like we're all set to go whenever you're ready.
Okay, wonderful. We should hopefully be ready shortly, so just give us a call once the cabin is secure.
Okay, looks like we're all set to go whenever you're ready. No problem.
Okay, so we got the load sheet, so then we can just finish up here. So, just going to do the cross-checking. So, zero fuel weight. 57.9, we have 57.8, 57.8. Takeoff weight 67.4, 67.8. Like I said, 300 to 400 kilograms more. And fuel 9.9 is what we wanted. We have 9.9 on board. Wonderful, then we can execute that and we can go ahead and go through the departure briefing. So we start off with the emergency briefing as always. Yeah. Below 80 knots, we will stop the aircraft for any warnings. Above 80 knots, prior to V1, we will stop for a fire warning, engine failure, predictive windshield warning, or airplane enable or unsafe to fly. If I go stop my controls, I will close the receivers, disengage auto throttle, apply max manual braking and verify RT watt brakes. Manual rest speed candle, apply max reverse thrust to stop the aircraft. If we go stop, I verify first levers closed, auto throttle disengaged, and max braking applied. I call speed brakes up, speed brakes on top, and verify reverses and call reverses status. I will call 80 knots, 60 knots, auto brake disarm, advise ATC, and or advise ATC of the reject. Once I come to a complete stop, I will slow down the reverses, lower the speed brake, we will identify the problem, and I will call out any necessary memory items that need to be accomplished. I will assist you in identify the problem and I will accomplish any memory items on your command. Then we will identify the problem, correction, then we will evaluate the situation. If no evacuation is needed, on-PA remains seated, situation is under control. If the situation is unclear, on-PA cabin to the stations. If we then decide to evacuate the aircraft, I will order flaps forward, we will go to the back cover of the QRH and read through the evacuation checklist. Happy? We will say so. So there is not going to be any actions below for the fit except raising the gear or cancelling warnings and raising the gear at a positive rate. Once we passed for and fit, consider heading select, going to be climbing out on rev heading to 25 nautical miles and hold 5,000 feet. The weather is looking quite good here in Oslo today, so nothing really restricting us there. All the runways should be available for landing as well if needed. We are going to be departing above the maximum landing weight. Yes, we are, so that means we are restricted to the weight. So if it isn't necessary to return back immediately, then we will hold and burn off some fuel to become a bit lighter. So weight at least is going to be a restriction for us on the for a potential return back to Gardermoen. But other than that, everything is looking good, so nothing really outstanding right there. So any questions for the emergency briefing? Probably not, then we can go over to the route check. Just let me find the route first. So we start off with the route here. So it's going to be it says Vippa 1 Alpha for 0 left, but we'll just disregard that. So Vippa, Delta, then Vippa, direct to Arthur, direct to Amrak, direct to Whiskey Romeo Bravo, November 850 to Exaro, direct to Bombi, and then direct to Gigat, direct to Abuka, direct to Kilo Room Hotel, direct to Nator, and then direct to Tango Romeo Alpha, direct to Ripus, direct to Gersa, direct to Solson, direct to Udina, yep, and then direct to Enoba, affirm, and then to Aspo, Zulu 185 to Burdi, and then the Burdi arrival in for Nis. Ground distance 11:37, we have 11:10. The difference is because of the different SID. We have quite a bit of shorter SID at the moment because of the runway difference. We expect to be landing in Nis with 3.8 tons of fuel, and the flight plan here says that we're expecting 2.7, so that is actually already more than a ton, so that is good to see. So everything is looking good there. Then we can go over to the taxi then, if everything here is correct. So for the taxi, these are airport charts 10-9, effective 20th of March 25. So parked at stand 68 just south of hotel about here. Okay, you probably expect a left turn on to Delta, left on Victor, right on November, and we go full length today. Alpha 9 because we are so heavy. We do not have any... we do have one hotspot though, Hotel 6, correction Alpha 6. Just taxiway Victor Lyrian directly to our main intersection. Caution must be exercised when approaching the holding point Alpha 6. So again, the only hotspot we have is that we need to be careful so we don't enter the runway accidentally by Alpha 6. Other than that, no hotspots, taxi restrictions, and not on times for Gardermoen this morning. Runway condition is reported to be 666 drive. I think there is no data available, we'll double check that. But other than that, the weather's good, so nothing outstanding in Oslo at least. For the SID, this is the wrong SID, apologies. Forgot to change the runway here. Oh, that was not correct. It's gonna be 19 right. A firm. So, there you go. Our SID we're departing var det Vippa var correction ship på 6 Delta. This is charged to Free Lima, effective 20 for March 25. Parting on runway heading 192 degrees. Just got to confirm that that's actually set. That was wrong. There we go. Maximum 230 knots in a right turn to Golf Mike 442, continue to 607, and then to Nanon, Nedsa, and then Vippa. MSA 3009, maximum 250, below flight level 100, unless otherwise instructed. Inch climb is 7000, and the DP2 in use today, so that means it's going to be climbing on a V2 plus 20 up to... yeah, so once we're passing 1500 AGL, speed into vent, 220, retractor flap schedule, also passing 3070 QNH or 3000 feet AGL. Yes, speed, continue accelerating the aircraft. We do have a warning as well. So segment distance from extended runway center line to Golf Mike 440 is less than average flight path. When it comes to threats, we don't really have any threats today. So that is all fine. Any questions? Probably not, then har vi part briefing is gone. Okay then, pre-flight checklist to the line, pins and covers involved, oxygen, test one sent, now transfer the display switches, normal auto, wind heat, on, presentation mode selector, auto, flight instruments, we are tracking 102, QNH is not 13. With a notification. QNH is 1016. 1016. QNH 1016. That's cross check. And we are reading 685, 690. That's plus 5 on the standby. Parking brake. Set. Engine start clear is cut off and taxi takeoff briefing is completed. Before checklist to the line is complete. So we can fire up the APU. It's 5 minutes till departure, and we can finish up the calculations here. So one on the right, full length condition should be dry. Just going to double check that. Yes. Winds currently variable 2, so we take 010 at 2 with a temperature of 8 degrees. QNH is 1016. Flaps 5. There you go. And takeoff weight is going to be 67.8 with a CG of 19.9. 67.899. That's going to be D-rate 2 with 36 degrees, D-rate 2, 36, 89.6, 88.7. That reason for the difference is because of the air conditioning that is currently on or connected to the aircraft. So that is good. Let's also double check that before pushing back. 6 flaps 5, 605, you have 625 air, and that's going to be 42, 42, 46. 42, 42, and 47. Okay. Prefer checklist. Direction standby. There you go. Prefer checklist. Below the line. Fuel we have 9,900 kilograms aboard. 6 pumps on. Passenger signs set. Auto brake. RTO. City brake cars completed. Takeoff speeds. V1 142. VR 142. V2 147. M speed 147. 102. 7,000 set. Prefer checklist complete. Cockpit ground.
Go ahead.
Can you please disconnect the ground power and the air conditioning?
Roger. Stand by, please. Ground power has been disconnected.
Thank you. And 18. Config 30. Yes, then we're pretty much ready to go. Okay, request push and start. Yes, and there is nothing limiting us for landing in NIS, so that is good to see. There you go, we got the gap in. Yes. Oh, nice, Tomsa. 50 FPS with high settings. I mean, MSFS2020 is actually running quite well, so that's nice.
Ground Torstai cockpit.
Go ahead.
Tow ES connected. Release parking bracket when ready Torstai pushback.
Roger, brake set, we will call you once we're ready. Jon, hello, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you heard me. Yeah.
There we go, that's a bit better. Okay, before start
Tow
checklist.
ES attached. Steering pin ES inserted. Stand by while we start pushback.
Roger, brake set, will go once we're ready. Before start,
All
flight vector.
stations, please arm doors.
Closed and locked, doors and windows. Closed and locked, anti-collision light on, transponder, altitude off, rudder and air trim free, and 0 before start checklist is complete. And it is clear on the left. I can't really see much at all. Yeah, it's clear behind. Gardermoen traffic, Nordic 1, Golf Juliet, push and start out of the stand 68, Gardermoen. Cockpit ground, we are cleared, push, brake set. Park brakes is released.
OK, Captain. We are clear of the stand and you're free Torstai start engines.
Thank you, we start in sequence 2 and 1 and we'll call when we are starting up. Starting number 2.
Roger.
Starting up number 2. Well, that was just, there you go.
Set parking brakes.
Park brake set. You go start cutout. Starting number 1.
Roger.
Starting up number 1. Starting cutout. Cockpit ground, we have 2 good engine starts. You may disconnect. So we confirm 88.7.
OK Captain, logs light out
88.7.
on all engines and tow ES disconnected. Nousefhel ES freezer your put torstai go. VLL get Oselves disconnected now, so have a safe flight. Look out for the pin straight ahead and VLL see you next time.
Thank you for that. Pin straight ahead. Have a good day. See you next time. Bye. Here we go, we got the gear pin, flaps 5, flight control check. Yeah. Before taxi checklist. Generators on, Probit on, anti-ice, off, air compress, packs auto, isolation valve auto, engine start switches, continuous, recall, checked, engine start levers, altitude, flight controls are checked, ground equipment, clear, flaps, pipeline 5 green, AP off before taxi complete. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Just to let you know that the cabin is secure for takeoff.
Thank you.
No problem.
Garmin traffic, Nordic, Don Juliet Golf, taxiing via Delta, Victor November 12.1 and right Garmin. Right clear. Left clear. Brakes released. Just confirm that you are not running over the 40. No. Good. And left is clear, the right clear, and Golf and Hotel is also clear. Left clear, right clear. The right clear, left clear. Left is clear and right is clear. Right is clear. It's annoying so much. This aircraft just wants to turn to the left all the time. Yeah, left is clear. We can go weather on my side, terrain on your, we can see the cabin. Before takeoff checklist. Flaps 5 land 5 green, establishing 625 units, chemical given before takeoff checklist complete. Yes, there's no inbound aircraft. Left clear, right clear. Counter traffic, Nordic, 1 Juliet, Golf, landing up departing 1 on the right, Gardermoen. Okay, are we ready? Just make sure that we don't have any disruption under the takeoff roll. So just let us stop, do a full check again. There you go. Okay. Ready. Good. Take off. Stabilize, setting thrust. Master caution. Yeah, continue. Checked.
Positive read.
Gear up. Speed advance 220 set. There we go. Flaps 1, speed checked. Flaps up, speed checked. Yeah, cancel speed. Continue to flight level 210. 210 set. Set standard, standard. After takeoff checklist. Engine blades on, pikes auto, landing gear up and off, flaps up, no light, altimeter standard. Set cross check to be passing 7,000 feet. Now, plus minus 0 after takeoff checklist is complete. We can delete the delayed climb and we can proceed direct to VIPA, confirm, execute. pass flight level 100. Come on, Dave. Good. Clean up to flight level 350. 350 set. And we can turn off the seatbelts. Good. There you go. Rudda, hello, welcome. Hope you are doing well. Oh yeah, Tomsa. To be able to hide this bar, if you go to the options and then you will click the auto hide bar. But you may get like it can't do it because you have the smart docking system enabled. So you just need to just click on this to disable it if that doesn't work. So you can't have this enabled for this to work. I don't really think that the layout there is going to be much different between the sims. I think it should be quite the same. Good, Tomsa. That's good. Wonderful. So then we are nicely on our way down towards Nis. So we're landing at 59, so currently landing 4 minutes behind schedule, but that's fine. Yeah. We'll probably be saving up a little bit in the route nevertheless. Probably even more than we are expecting, so that is fine. Yeah, we're flying for about, I can say 10 minutes. We should be at Artur at 34. So that is in about 15. Yeah, we need to do our fuel check at Artur. So Artur, yes. So then we have you ready. Well, nice got it. After flying to Tromsø, you will then fly around to La Marca. Nice. If I remember correctly, we have actually never flown with Norwegian down to La Marca before. So it would be cool if we actually got that route one day. I can say so much that we are not going to be flying there this weekend. But yeah, that's fine. If I'm correct, we're going to be flying to Malaga tomorrow actually. Again. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of Malaga for us, I imagine, through this summer. And I think it is going to be Alicante on Sunday. If I remember correctly though, so... just going to be long flights on us this weekend. Yeah. That's fine. Not Mallorca, but Malaga. Unfortunately, not Mallorca. But we're cool to fly there as well. Norwegian just started flying out of Oslo, the Oslo base with down to Mallorca. Oh, sorry, Mallorca is it? But yeah. Okay, pass flight to 200. Yeah, that's looking good. We can actually check on the temperature as well. Always a bit hot in the cabin. And now the cockpit temperature rise quite quickly. Yeah. Yeah, Tom. So if you're landing and if you're departing and landing in the same country, yes, that's a domestic. And if you're flying outside of the country, that's international. Correct. I actually think that this Svalbard flight is may actually be or is actually considered an international flight. I'm not sure, but I remember one time when we actually landed in Tromsø from Svalbard with ATC, he sent us to the international gate. I'm not really sure, but looks like it may be. Can't say that for sure though. Tom, so yes, from what I know, yeah, they have a little town in Svalbard, yes. It's just that little town, but isn't that much. So this Svalbard in general is under the Kingdom of Norway, but the rest, yeah, they do own a little town in Svalbard. Ooh, Skydrift, that sounds cool though. Flying with the F50, covering in Bangkok, Oslo. Enjoy that? Flying with SAS then, I imagine. I mean, the F50 is quite a cool aircraft, it is. So, yeah, sounds good. Nice. It looks like actually we are a little bit behind the real aircraft. Oh, you know we could do that. Yeah, because the real aircraft is currently landing 10:42. They departed 20 minutes ago. Yeah, they departed about 10 minutes earlier than us actually. Whoa. Yeah, not too bad though, to be honest. Yeah, the physics are going to be different indeed, yeah. The problem with the simulator though is that not all aircraft are actually using the new physics engine. All the inbuilds are, but that's basically what I know. Most of the aircraft is still using the 2020 physics engine. Don't ask why. I imagine the 737 MAX actually also using the new one. But yeah, for some reason most aircraft with the Cessnas, for example, are using the old. That's what I've heard. So that's a bit interesting. So if you've tried flying it and it feels the same flying in a Cessna, for example, that's basically because they haven't changed the physics on that aircraft. That's a bit annoying, is it? Or isn't it? But that's cool though. Yeah, it definitely feels better as well when they're using a better computer. It does. Okay, we passed flight to 340 as well, nice. And after that again, flying round trip Gran Canaria with us from Oslo. Nice, long flight though. And yeah, Tom, so this 10% doesn't have flybar, you need to trim the aircraft manually. Because in the Airbus it will auto trim the aircraft all the time. But in the 77 you need to trim yourself. And it also have direct flight controls connections with cables. So not like an Airbus with the flybar system with electronic signals. That basically means you can fly this aircraft without hydraulics. Because you have direct connection, but it's going to be much harder though to fly. and the aircraft's going to be much more sluggish. But you can fly this aircraft without hydraulics, because it is direct cabling. It is designed from the 60s, so it makes sense. So yeah, that's why I struggle so much with flying the 777 and the 787, because they have fly-by-wire controls. And I'm just flying the 737, so it's quite different to fly. Thus, yes, it is quite a difference between fly-by-wire and non-fly-by-wire aircraft. It is, especially handling-wise, yeah. It is. That's why I can't fly Airbus anymore. Not because they don't know the systems. It is because I can't fly the aircraft. Because it is so different. That's also why normally actually the 737 is considered to be a bit hard. An aircraft that can be a bit hard to fly is because you don't have the extra help from the flyby system. Yeah. It's still a really enjoyable aircraft to fly nevertheless. It is something else than flying an aircraft that just have computers. That's for sure. Okay, turn the offload on about 3,000, 4,000 feet. Yeah, that's fine though. It is normally up to. It does depend on the SOP from the airline. So some airlines require to turn it on early. Some airlines just I can fly manually all the way up to the RVSM airspace. So I think Norwegian is one of those airlines. You can basically fly all the way up to flight level 245, where the RVSM airspace starts, and then are required to use autopilot because of the reduced vertical separation minimum. So yeah, it does depend from airline to airline actually. I think also Brussels Airlines allow pilots to do that. Fly all the way up to flight level 245 before they are required to turn on autopilot. Oh sorry, it's flight level 280, not 245, it is 280. Apologies. Not sure how I could. I'm not quite sure where 245 came from. Yeah, the beluga is slow. I imagine that. I'll imagine that. You have the huge surface on top of you. It is not really a standard airframe, so it makes sense. The cruising is reached. Nice. Gasen go. Terrain, welcome, opening well. Yeah, I can agree. It is a fun plane to fly, I imagine. I have actually not tried it out in the new sim, but yeah, it looks like a lot of fun to fly nevertheless. Ooh, nice skydrift. The round trip Stavanger on the live stream as well. Nice, good luck. Sounds cool. Train, it is released. No, the release date was between the 29th and the 1st of May. So it is coming out today at 1600 Zulu if I read the forum correctly. It is going to be released today. And to be honest, I did expect that PMG would release it the last day of their schedule, since they are working because they are really wanted to actually get the aircraft 100% right before they're releasing it. They don't want to release it with a lot of bugs and so on. They want to be a complete and finished product before they're releasing it without any problems. And I think that's a good thing, because when the developers release the aircraft and then there's just bugs everywhere and you can't fly with the aircraft. So, well, not all developers does that, but a few of them at least. So it's really nice to see that PMG actually takes their time to make sure that everything is working correctly. Of course there will be problems, it always will, but they have managed to reduce them with quite a bit. So that's a good, nice thing that they actually do. Really happy for that. Okay, we can do a fuel check at our tours of 7.7. We currently have 8 tons on board, so that is good. 2 tons burn. We currently burn through 1.8. Flight time 22. We'll be flying for 19. We have a different seat than someone in here, so that makes sense. So she saved fuel already, and also the flight time. Yes, Peter, god morgen. Welcome up, Ringmel. Yeah, Tomsa. At least you found out, that's nice. Yeah, I can understand that. Actually, I do really want to fly with the 777 one day, just to get some experience on that aircraft, but I don't really have time, or not really don't really want to, because again, it doesn't feel the same flying another aircraft or another airline than Norwegian. It just doesn't work for me. Not even the 787 Norwegian works. Oh nice, yes, we're flying to Lyon today. Nice, enjoy that. Nice terrain. Yeah. I mean, I do really like PMDG though, so just personal opinion, as you probably already know. So yeah. So yeah. But I wonder how much actually that 777-200 ER is going to cost. I actually don't know. I haven't seen anything on the price. One thing I did note though is that they have said that they are now moving resources over to the 737NG. I like how when that's so specified it is the NG and not the 737 in general. Probably to make sure that no one thinks they're going to be working on the MAX. Yeah. So yeah. Oh nice, that sounds really cool though, terrain. It sounds really cool. Northwest livery as well. Nice. So yeah, I want to, since they're now moving even more resources over the 737, I think we're going to be able to get this through the summer. I hope so. That's what I estimate. It may take longer. Again, we know PMDG, they are working. They really want the aircraft to be right before they are releasing it. So if they encounter any problems, of course it will be delayed, and I can understand that. So yeah. But they have been working on that update for quite a while now at the moment. So, or a little while at least. They are working on the cabin at the moment, if I remember correctly. So, at least they have been working on it for a little while already. Nice skydives you have. Cool. Sounds really good. Nice, Tomsa. So yeah, I mean, if you would have used 2020, I think your performance would have been a bit different. So yeah, but 2024 is much better on performance, it is. So that's why I also really want to move over, because I have found the performance to be much better in 2024 than 2020. But again, the 747 doesn't work, so I can't really move over either. Nice. That's the good thing now, Tom, so I don't need to worry about passengers, or the comfort for them. So yeah. Oh, Norway in Russia as well would be cool. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, we're still landing 4 minutes behind. At least the approach into NIS should be quite cool today, because it is going to be a visual. It's going to be an RNAV approach, and then it's going to be turned on the final approach. It's going to be on all visual today. So that's quite nice. There you go. We have a fuel master caution. That's the left center pump. Yes, it is. So yeah, at least that's the preferred approach in NES, is to fly the nav alpha into 04 left, and then do the rest of the approach visually in. Tom, so yes, like at least they should have like moving passengers and so on, but I'm not quite sure if it is working. At least I've never seen anything about it. But I haven't really used that simulator either. But I think still GSX is going to be much better, nevertheless. But it should have, yes, at least some sort of it, with at least moving passengers. But again, I highly doubt that it's going to be much better than GSX. Hey, that's nice, Skydrift. That's really cool. Hope you will enjoy it. Ooh, that's really cool. Yes, dude. Ah, nice. Sounds great. Nice. Yes, spotting then. Of course. I mean, if you're landing in Oslo, then maybe that could be a bit problem. Your grandparents as well? Nice. Everyone is coming flying in today. Ah, nice. Coming with boat as well. Yeah, I managed the confirmation on Saturday. Nice. Correct. Hope you will enjoy that. That should hopefully be a lot of fun. Ah, general test, or not the general, but what's that called again? Basically the final test then, yesterday. That sounds good though. Generalprøve. Cool. Nice, Skydrift. At least then you have everything planned and ready though. That's the positive thing. We should actually probably cover up a bit. Just to have... just for the cockpit environment to be a little bit nicer in here. So yeah, if you guys want to, at least I have a day off tomorrow. There you go. First of all, fuel master caution as the right center, so you can turn it off. So yeah, actually we're going to have homeschool tomorrow. So, but I did all that work yesterday, so it's going to be a day off then. So we're going to be flying tomorrow, and again, if I'm correct, it's going to be to round trip Malaga tomorrow. It's going to be on 6 in the morning departure out of Oslo. It'll be early. Actually, maybe a little bit later. I don't remember. You can easily check. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate though, if they changed that, yeah. I mean, always the boring liveries are normally also the best for the airline economic wise, but again, it's boring. It is something better, like for example KLM and Norwegian, for example. It is a bit more outstanding, easy to recognize. It is, yeah, I will say that it is much better than like a white livery. It's a bit more unique. Nice. Yeah, indeed. So yeah, if I'm correct though, I can actually check. I set everything up yesterday. Oh, sorry. I didn't think you were there. Friday. Yeah, it's to Malaga 1800. No, they'll take 1800. That's to Malaga. So when does it depart local time tomorrow? It departs at 6:30. Yeah, exactly. It does depart at this 6:30. So it's quite an early morning departure tomorrow. It's 2.5 hours earlier than today. So yeah, that's nice. So we'll start at 5:30 local. Thankfully, the rest of the family is going to. At least my older brothers are going to school tomorrow. So yeah. Compared to today where everyone have a day off, so that's a positive thing at least. Yeah, that's gonna be a nice one. But is it landing at 42? Yeah, they are. Edelweiss too, yeah, of course, yeah, they as well. They also have a really interesting and recognizable livery. I mean, it feels quite similar to the Norwegian, though, to be honest, like with the red nose-ish. Not quite sure who came up with that livery first. I imagine it's the Norwegian, I don't know. yeah, it's fine though, it's not a really a copy either, so. Oh, nice, yes, please. Sounds good. Enjoy that. Wake up 5:10 today to do that flight. You wake up even earlier than me. Nice. Oh, it doesn't stop Skydrift. Oh. At least they have a lot of flights to fly when you can fly Matsim though. Sounds good. Oh, you have that also. Oh. I mean, it is understandable though. It's really a catchy song, it is. We had the part was 6:20. Oi, oi, oi. That's early. Ah, yeah. Tell me sooner than we're departing tomorrow. At least Saturday is something I don't really know yet. It does depend a little bit, because I need to finish a bit earlier. I think it is going to be most likely it's going to be round trip Berlin tomorrow, but we'll wait and see. Other than that, yeah, it's going to be to Alicante on Sunday, that's for sure. So yeah. Oh, you're landing already? Oi, oi, oi. Yes. Happy landing then, Esper. I mean, yeah, you departed quite a bit earlier than us, but yeah, that's nice though. Happy landing. Nice Skydrift. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, it's a lot of holiday destinations indeed. I mean, this is summer. It's the most busy part of the year for airlines. Like we almost have full. We have 8 available seats on this flight, and I think we have 18 on the return flight or something. So we're quite full. We have quite a few, or quite a lot more than I actually expected. Okay, yeah. That's not too bad. Ja, ja. Also, I actually don't know. I don't remember how to walk to enable the walk around mode, and I definitely don't remember how to get in third person view. So apologies, but I don't know. Like I said earlier, I haven't really used that simulator too much, so I don't really have a good answer on it, unfortunately. Hello, John. Good morning. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we'll find out indeed, Tomstad. You will definitely find out. So we're still landing 59 in Nis. Yeah, we should do a future cut, Amrak, and then Whiskey Romeo Bravo. Top of the set is at 8:21. The clock is currently 6:51. It should be about 1.5 hours. No, it can't be. Yes, it can be. 7:21, 8:21. Yeah, that's 1.5 hours indeed. Yes, that's great. John, I'm doing great here as well. Thank you. Doing good. Nice Sky Drift. I mean, surprisingly, a lot of those songs were quite catchy indeed. But of course, yeah. Even though it was AI that made it, if I remember correctly. They're still quite cool though, nevertheless. Impressed with what we can do today with AI. It's insane. Exactly. I wonder about actually, if you guys have heard about, you probably heard about Saint Tensions, but they have this Entourage add-on. It's a one-time purchase where you have cabin crew, ground operations, airline operations, and so on. The thing there is, I'm just wondering if we actually are able to synchronize it in some way with GSX. Because we are using GSX for the ground handling, so if we could synchronize the ground operations with the GSX with St. Tensions, that would be wonderful. I know that they have their own ground services and so on, but using GSX will be much better than that. So if you could talk to them via St. Tensions and actually use GSX at the same time, that would be wonderful. I need to see if that's even possible, or if it is planned at least. I know there's a 24-hour free trial, so I wondered trying it out one day, but I really wanted to be able to synchronize with GSX. That would be really nice. Okay, so you're not able to do that, but you think it is planned. Okay. I probably think a lot of people want it to be functional, that you can synchronize with GSX. because a lot of people actually are using it. So I imagine you can, that hopefully they at least planned it so you can actually do that. Because it will be, when is that's possible, then we're going to be moving over to Enforage. I actually also need the money to actually buy it as well though, but yeah. At least that is, I really want to use it one day. It is something different than self-loading cargo. It is. That isn't scripted and everything. It is, sounds really cool to use. So I really, really hope that they are going to make it possible one day. Nice. Yeah, you have pictures as well, yeah. It's fascinating actually. Yeah, exactly, I know. I think also Say Intention is a partner of him. So I think he's sponsored by Say Intentions actually. So yeah. Yeah, I've just heard quite a bit of it, and yeah, it sounds really, really cool indeed. Really want to use it. Yeah, maybe terrain. I'll take a look actually and see. Maybe it will be some mod, but it is better if it is natively compatible though. Welcome back, SP. You're better as well. Nice. 1.2 Gs. Cool. That's wonderful. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's getting better every day, and they're flying between Gatwick and Dublin. Nice. So yeah. I just need to find out when they have GSX compatibility. Because then we can talk to the ground operations in advance and assign our gate with GSX there, for example, and things like that. That would be so nice. So, and also just to request pushback and refueling and boarding and everything. Would be wonderful. Yeah, good question, Skyrift. Good question. Yeah, that's a bit annoying, yes, but if you just look at the flight history though and see if they have a day where they had a transponder on for the entire taxi and just take a stand that they had used before, for example. That's recommended. Okay, thank you, Yellow John, thank you. Then you need to update me on that then. So yes, that's good to know that. You will let me know. Wonderful. I got the chase plane and I love it. That's wonderful. So like, I'm wondering buying it because of the camera physics, the head shakes and so on. But do you want to say that it is better than FS Realistic, for example? Because that it looks quite a bit better, and the positive thing is that it isn't an external application that is running in the background. And I have some problems here and there with FS Realistic with the camera does not reset and things like that. It's quite annoying. So yeah. And it also takes a bit of performance as well. Found it, terminal 2, wonderful. As long as you found actually the terminal, that's good enough. Yeah. In the corner. Yeah. That works as well. SD 33 miles to go. But yeah, how much does chase plane cost again? I think it is $30, isn't it? I think so. It looks quite cool. It would actually also be cool to like buy their immersive package for the 747. The problem is they're just sitting in the cockpit, so I'm not really on notice much of that. like for example, yeah, I don't know actually. Still landing, now running 58, so yeah, like I said, we could expect to save a little bit of time here and there through the flight with some wind changes and so on. When we're talking about that, we also do have some altitude changes that we may need to do. We will do the fuel check first, but we currently have a cross tailwind about 41 knots, so I don't really want to change any altitude now. If you have a tailwind, then it's probably much better to be staying here. So yes. I mean, if the winds are generally the same speed, 2,000 feet higher, that is definitely worth climbing those 2,000 feet because of the thinner air resistance. So, yeah, but I think we're actually able to climb to 370 now, but we need to wait and see what the aircraft actually can do as well. Yeah, exactly, Skydrift, yeah, so heading home in the evening. Understand. Yeah, it does take a while though to actually fly down to Cyprus, so makes sense. If you're heading down in the evening though, you're probably not landing before closer to midnight then, if I'm correct. So yeah, it is Amrak, so basically just the next waypoint then. Yes, Tom, so inside of the graphic settings you can turn off motion blur, yes. Okay, so fuel check at Abrak, 7 tons, 6.7, so we are running 300 and above. 3.1 burn, we currently have burned through about, yeah, we can say 3 tons just to round it up. And flight time, 50 minutes, we have been flying for 47. Wonderful. Yeah, okay, that's great. So it is much better than, or definitely better than FS Realistic. Yeah, because that's basically the reason I will buy it is because of the camera shake and so on. So that's like the only reason I would actually buy that add-on. But yeah, and no performance impact either. That's also really good. And yeah, exactly the flyby on the cinematic mode. That's something that we requested for 5 years or something now from Microsoft. Or 4.5 years. That's been a long awaited feature. So yeah. But yeah, okay, we're landing that day late. You're arriving at 1 AM. Ah, I imagine, I thought so. It's late. Full plane 186. Nice. Nice landing, wonderful Thompson, wonderful. Yeah, it is probably a bit expensive, yeah, but I mean, I don't really think it is easy to make that either. They have struggled for a few years because of some restrictions to the actual simulator itself. I mean, fair enough, But yeah, I can agree, like $30 is probably a bit too much for just a camera upgrade. But I mean, there's a logic behind the price though. They need to actually earn something as well, otherwise you can't really make things and lose money at the same time. So yeah, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Nikolai, hello, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good morning. But like, are there going to be any sales, anything in the near future? Does anyone know that? Or does actually Parallel 42 even have sales? Yeah, it looks like we'll actually be at an even level, so we may climb up 2,000 feet, a connection 1,000 feet. Yeah, we will climb into flight 360 because of this restriction, airspace restriction. Altitude vent, 360 set 1, 2, and 3. And we have 1,000 to go. Don't really expect to actually save much on this, but it is airspace restrictions, so we need to climb. We need to build an even level with Germany. And also one other thing, can you just buy Chase plane from Parallel 42's own website, or can you buy it from any other retailers? Not really sure. I imagine it's just from their own website. Hello.
Hello, I was just wondering if you were hungry. I'll get you something to eat if you like.
Does anyone of you want anything any snacks or anything? Ben, hello, welcome. Hope you are doing well. Oh yeah, are you talking about what are you talking about, Ben? Are you talking about yeah, what are you actually talking about? 29 NOK, 29 Norwegian kroner. Yeah, what are you referring to now? Just to confirm. Oh yeah, okay, so you can buy it from oh yeah, you're talking about head tracking. Yeah, I think I have that app as well. I tried it before, but I just don't really it doesn't really work too great for me, unfortunately. Okay, then I understand though. Yeah, exactly. So at least 1, 2 quick lunch, 1 chips. Yolo John, the coffee is coming soon. I think they're going to request or ask us if we want anything to drink now shortly. So at least 2 quick lunch and 1 chips. Yeah, can we please get 2 quick lunch and 1 chips then?
No problem. I'll get it for you now.
Thank you. Here's the drinks, I imagine. Hello. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Would you like a drink?
There you go.
Tea, coffee or water?
So at least the 1 black coffee, no sugar. Anything else? So at least when it comes to the head tracking for me is that my screen is a bit too close, so I can't have the camera there. Otherwise it won't really recognize all my movements. That's the first problem. So yeah. I have tried it, but it just doesn't really work too great for me. Water, coffee with milk. So 1 coffee with milk, 1 without milk, and 1 water. Yes, can we please get 1 coffee with milk, 1 without milk, and a water, please?
Of course. Just give me a couple of minutes and I'll bring it to you.
Thank you. Yeah, Tom said it's actually quite recommended to download Elevatex or Volanta. Then like you will have a digital flight logbook. That's the positive thing. You'll be able to count your hours and the flights and the aircraft you've flown with and everything. That's for example why I'm updating Volanta even though I'm using Elevatex at the moment, because Volanta is going to be all of the flights I've done, but Elevatex is just going to be with Norwegian. But yeah. Yeah, okay, but okay, I understand, yeah. But yeah, I can agree, especially on, like, for example, especially if you're doing, like, traffic patterns or things like that, or visual approaches, I can agree. It is really, really great to use. Texting as well is also much easier. That's why I've bind these to views here, because I don't have head tracking. So much easier to then look around, especially when you're going to do tight turns off the stand and so on. Yeah. You know, I had tried it out, but unfortunately for me, it doesn't work that great. It's a bit annoying. But the problem is that then I know I need to have my head still, and when I think that doesn't really want to stay still. That's the problem. So my head is going to moving around all the time, and again, it doesn't recognize all my movements because it's just too close or something. I don't know. It just doesn't work. Quite unfortunate. Hello. Hello.
Hi, Captain. I've made your drink. They're waiting for you in the galley area.
Thank you.
No problem.
So they got the drinks and already. But at least if I could have, because I know that you could have like a physical unit inside the headset or on the headset or something, so that you can track your head movements like that. I think that would probably be a better option for me, but I don't really have the money to invest in the head tracking either. But yeah, I really want it, to be honest, but at least from what I've tried with my web camera as well, or sorry, my webcam, and also my iPhone, but I don't really find anything to be working or to be right for me, unfortunately. I'm landing in this. We should be landing at 58 at the moment, plus minus. I could be landing 3 minutes behind schedule. Yeah, fair enough, Bendik, fair enough, yeah. I do see that. So yeah, it is an immersion breaker. I have tried using it, and it is quite cool to use, but I just can't really use it without any problems. There's always something that doesn't work for me or something. It's a bit annoying. But yeah, I do see that though. Thanks for the tip nevertheless. Oh, nice terrain. Okay, I understand. Yeah, it's probably just a problem for me with my head, at least. It could be that. Again, I also visually impaired, so I need to move a bit closer to the screen as well, and that doesn't really help. So that's also probably why it doesn't really want to have my movements, because I have the screen much closer than most people have. That's also a problem. I can't have my camera at the screen, and I don't really have any space behind it. That is also a problem. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Your food is ready for you in the galley whenever you want it.
Thank you.
No problem.
And another problem is that I can't pop out the screens and have that on an external screen on the iPad, because that drops the performance significantly in the sim. So that is a problem. I can't do that. So then I can't even move the screens any further back. So yeah, I have a few disadvantages there. Yeah, I mean, it is really, really nice to use. But also when I'm centering my view, it is always offset. Even though I've reset it to be that there, and then when I'm moving back at that position, if for some reason it's a bit further to the down, left or right or left or up, sorry. It's always some problems. Robin, hello, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I imagine so. I imagine so. Yeah, terrain. It's just that small things and details of it is harder for me to see in long distance. That's basically what it is, yeah. So if I'm sitting at my position right now, I'm a bit further behind now, but I can maybe see the speed and the altitude, but it isn't that easy, then I need to concentrate quite a bit. I know that we have flight level 360, so that's not a problem. And I can see that we are a little bit below level about 360, or sorry, 359 or something. And the speed is probably about 200 and, yeah, what's that, 258? Oh, sorry, for 254, yeah. I just guessed there, to be honest. But now I'm a bit further away. If I go down when I'm currently, when I'm landing, I'm a bit closer. It's a bit easier to see, but that's also probably why I'm struggling with hand flying as well. I'm not really good at that, and that's also because the screens are so small. So that is a problem. That's also maybe why you also see that I'm zooming quite often, quite far in as well. I just make it easy to see. So I need a bigger monitor, that's for sure. And also the problem is that in the simulator as well, the screens are smaller than this in real life. So if you're sitting in a real flight deck, the screens are quite a bit closer to you and also much bigger than it is in the sim. So if I've been at the full 737 flight simulator before, the screens there, not a problem to see at all, because it is a bit different. It is closer and much bigger compared to the flight simulator. So that is also a thing. So I need a bigger monitor, that's for sure. So yeah. Robin, no, that's not correct. My name is Fabian, not Martin. But if you're not talking to someone else, though. Oh, sorry, you're talking to Skyrift. I apologize. I didn't see that. I understand. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate though, terrain. Yeah. Yeah, flying to Nis. Flying to Nis, Robin. Yeah, Trent, just avoid using that word, okay? If that's, I hope you understand what I'm referring to. Just a heads up there. We had another guy that said quite a bit of that, and I need to mute him for a while. But just to let you know. Yeah, that's the thing, is I probably need to upgrade my computer, but I mean, my computer is not that bad. It is some problem with the simulator that's causing the performance drop I always have. It is my computer, it's the simulator. So yeah. But yeah, I can agree on that. Yeah, definitely the performance will drop. Yeah, but I need a bit larger monitor indeed. That's for sure. No, the other one, the thing you said up before that, the curse word, if you can say that. Just avoid saying that. Yeah, so indeed it is. It doesn't take a long time to download the simulator at all. I know it is. It is quite a difference, but from flights we did for 2020, it's insane. I have thought about it before, yeah, yes. At least when I use my older computer. At the moment, no, because I have invested so much in this simulator, so I don't really want to move over and even use more money on another sim. Yeah, I have thought about it before, but I don't think it's likely that I'm moving over. Yeah, the performance will be much better, but we will also also lose on the graphics side. And to be honest, my performance isn't horrible either. It is quite okay. It is just that it is some problem with after I've landed at an airport or something. The main thread is just doing its own thing, and yeah, it's a bit annoying. To keep it family friendly, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to, terrain. That's what I'm referring to. Yeah, Tom said you need to download the plugin. That's the thing about Volanta. If you want to use Volanta, you need to download the plugin, and then you need to restart the sim for that to take effect. With the Levatex, you can just, then it uses the sim connect, I imagine. So then you don't need to download any plugins or anything. That's the positive thing with the Levatex. Yeah, I've done. Yeah, so you need to just restart the sim for it to take effect, because it will then install into the community folder. Yeah, this is in southern France. In southern France. So quite close to Italy, actually. So, yes. Yeah, we should start over descent in about an hour from now. Yes. Studying a flight to Bergen. Sounds good, the terrain. Sounds good. Yeah, you are indeed. Lyon. I wish I could fly to Lyon this summer. That would be nice. We missed that last year. Yeah, last year. Yeah, we did. So Lyon will be really cool to fly one day. Okay, see you soon then. See you soon. Yeah, I imagine so it is. Yeah, we need to fly down to Lyon one day. Really want to try that one. I just need to. Yeah, Lyon is over there. Yeah, I thought Lyon. When I first thought about Lyon, I thought it was more to the coast of France, but of course, yeah, it's closer to the Alps, the Alpine Mountains. Alps, yeah, Alps is probably better. So yeah, it's a bit more further to the east. Not quite sure why I thought it was to the west, but yeah. Yeah, I have a good scenery as well. Yeah, that also makes, if you have a good scenery, that makes everything much better as well. But hey, anyone here that has chase plane, do you know if the touchdown head shake, if that is then used, or if they're using feet per minute or G-forces on the touchdown head shake on chase plane? Does anyone know that? Because I know that FS Realistic is using feet per minute, and that's quite annoying. So does anyone know if they're using feet per minute or G-force? Because they should use G-force at least, I hope. Yeah, now they're landing 44, so I don't really think they're landing much earlier than us. Should be landing a bit earlier, but not too much. Oh, you lost a 62 days, 62 days streak on Volanta. Oh, whoa. 62 days is quite a lot. I think that the longest streak I ever had is like 6 days. So yeah, it's a bit more impressive than I have. Again, we're just flying with Norwegian nevertheless, so it doesn't really matter. I think the maximum amount of days you will be flying or working is 5. So yeah. Skyrift, no. The only thing you will do is you will answer the questions on the on WhatsApp, and then it will just it is like a multiple answers, and then you will get the score right after. So if I remember correctly, you need about 85% correct before you can start flying. And if you fail, you will need to wait a little bit before you can then retry. I think you can get as many attempts as you need or want, but you are required to wait in between. So you don't need to contact anyone. You just do the exam, and then you'll get the score after finished, and then it will then say if you have passed or failed. So I think I got about 86% correct, but this is like 4 years ago, so just when or 3 years ago. I think I did that in 2022, yes, 3 years ago. So I was still quite new, so I'm not surprised that I didn't know everything then. It took me 2 or 3 tries maybe. I failed the first one, but again I was still in my early days, so quite expected. Would be something else if I did that exam today. So yeah, but it might also change the how they do it. I'm not sure. But also, I think maybe you need to pass the exam to be able to fly with voice, but I think you can fly with the text-to-text communication. I'm not sure. I think the exam is just for the, or maybe not, I don't remember actually. Yeah, what happens when you pass the exam? Yeah, then you're going to be able to fly on the network. That's basically what happens. You will then get congratulations, you passed, and then you can just start flying. Again, I just don't remember if it's just required to do that exam for voice-to-voice communication, or if you are, or if it is for like flying on WhatsApp in general. I imagine it's for flying in general. Not sure. But I think you can fly as an observer though, so like you can listen to the frequencies and get used to how they communicate and so on, without communicating yourself. I think you could do that at least. Again, not 100% sure. It's a long time since I actually did that exam, so. I mean, it's just to make sure that everyone have the basics before they actually start flying. And just one recommended thing is that you always, in the flight plan, before you follow the flight plan, in the remarks, take a slash and just, for example, take this is on the first flight, just write down this is my first time flying on the network or something. Because then the air traffic controller may see that and then they can help a little bit extra. For example, and just do that for the first few flights until you are really starting to get the hang of it. Just a recommendation. I didn't do that. But yeah. At least, like I said, and the controllers will know that you are new to the network. You're welcome, Scarlett, you're welcome. And again, good luck on your exam. Good luck. I think you will pass it on first try if you know all the basics, like downwind, base, turn, final, what the 80 stands for, what the TAF stands for, and so on. If you know that, you should be able to do it. Again, they could have changed the exam since I did it 3 years ago, so could be a little bit different. Excuse me again. Okay, we do a fuel check at Whiskey Romeo Bravo, so 5.6, we currently have 6.1. We're saving even more fuel, so that is not too bad. 4.2 burn, we currently have burn through to 3.8 tons. 1 hour 17. We have been flying for 1 hour 14. Good. Robin. I'm not quite sure if actually Norwegian flies to Istanbul anymore. I think they just did it through the winter. But if Norwegian are flying to Istanbul, yes, that's a possibility. But from Istanbul to Tokyo, no, that's not going to happen. Unfortunately. Norwegian at least doesn't fly from Istanbul to Tokyo. But I understand that could be funny indeed, yeah. But if Norwegian are not flying that route, then it is not going to be happening. At least not in the near future. It does depend where Norwegian are flying. That's still only 58, so we haven't really saved much on the time at least. I think we expect to be at an odd level again now. Check. We should remember our flight level 37. We're just going to be changing flight levels all the time here. So I think we'll just stay. I think we can climb to 390. And we can just connection to 370, and then we can just stay there. Because yeah, there's no way to see online nevertheless. Yeah, we can climb to actually we lost 2 knots climbing up to flight level 36, so probably lose another 2 knots climbing up to flight level 37. Yeah. Robin, yeah, I know that Norwegian at least have flown to Istanbul this year, but I think it might have been with the winter schedule, so they may not fly here during summer. But yeah, and they definitely don't fly to Tokyo, no. I think they never flown to Tokyo either, not even when they operated the 787s. Yeah. But I'm not really sure if they're flying to Istanbul anymore, if it is just a winter thing. I know that they flew to Dubai during the winter schedule, but they're not doing that with the summer schedule, for example. So yeah. And we never got that Dubai flight either. Oh nice, the A340 as well. Round trip Oslo-Milan. Sounds good. Sounds like a lot of fun to fly the A340. That's one of the aircraft I always wanted to try to fly in the simulator. But we don't really have a good A340. We have the Latin VFR. They are not very good, but I don't think it is terrible either. I haven't really looked at those aircraft, but I don't really think they are the best. I use mainly default systems, so for me at least that's not going to be working, and I'm not really flying Airbus anymore nevertheless. So that's also one of the aircraft I've always wanted to try to fly. Yeah, we should climb up to flight level 370. So 370, set altitude vent, there we go, winner speed, 370, set 1, 2, and of course 3. And we have 1,000 to go. We can actually go the vertical speed and 1,000 feet per minute, 1,000 set. Got a bit more than 1,000 on the last one. We're actually losing a little bit speed. I can go back to Vienna then. There you go. Yeah. Norwegian did fly to Miami. I think they did fly in 2025 as well. Like I said, it's most likely on the winter schedule. Yeah, they have flown to Istanbul indeed. I've seen that. So that's correct. Oh, the A330 as well. Nice, sounds good. Oh, actually, it wasn't too bad to climb up here. We actually increased our speed with like 4 knots. So that isn't too bad. We actually increased our speed. Nice. We saved a little bit of extra fuel as well, so... Yep. Is there any... it's basically clear skies there, and the sun is not there, so you can actually take off the sunglasses. Oh, nice. Can be a pain to have those on for a long time. Yeah, there were Norwegian did fly with him, the Dreamliner. There they did, but that was before the pandemic though. They sold off all their Dreamliners after the pandemic hit. I mean, they just shut down the most of the subsidiaries. I would say that I don't think I said that correctly. Subsidiaries. I don't know. Yeah, exactly, that's the thing, they don't fly anymore, that's the problem. The Norwegian are basically... Oh, so apologies, I accidentally hit my rudder pedals, and if you know that, they are a bit sensitive. They are broken, basically. I need some new pairs of pedals. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and at least the Norwegian did also fly between Oslo and the LAX, they did. Now it is just Norse. Norwegian doesn't fly the Dreamliner anymore, unfortunately. Or I mean, Norse Atlantic actually did acquire all of their Dreamliners. And they didn't change the cabin configuration either, because it was quite good actually. So yeah. A little bit turbulent here actually, that's surprising. Or is it my pedals that is doing its own thing? Yeah, it is. You can see that. These are my rudder pedals, there we go. Do you have the evidence? I need a new pair of pedals. That's why we are also quite often veering to the left on the departure or when we are taking off. When we're taking to the left on the taxiway is mainly my side stick, my tiller. But it also could be a combination with my pedals that is also doing that weird left turn thing. So yeah, that's a bit annoying. It is. But the problem is that if I'm going to buy the new pedals, I actually need to upgrade my desk first. Because at the moment I don't have space underneath my desk. Because I have my yoke mounted on that little table that's under the desk. And the problem is that my pedals are basically taking the entire space there. Because of the table's feet, if we can say that. Yeah, makes sense. So they are too tight to each other, or there's not enough space in between, and all the pedals, rudder pedals, are a bit wider. So I need to mount my yoke on the desk and remove this one. So I need to upgrade a little bit here first before I can actually buy it. And I need the money as well. That's also I mean, I will probably go with nothing that's too expensive either, like the Logitech ones. They are not that expensive. I will probably go with that. Like I said, just a simple reason that they are not too expensive, and yeah. And I can upgrade to something better in the future. I heard that the Logitech ones isn't too bad. Wait and see. I will most likely go with that. I mean, I went with these first bus ones just because they were cheaper than the Logitech. Oh yeah. But that wasn't too much though, so I should probably go with the logic from the start off. It looked much better than the first master, so yeah. 19, yeah, so it's about 40 minutes until descent. So like I said, it is preferred with the RMP Alpha, and then doing the visual maneuvering with prescribed tracks, yeah. So that means we're going to be flying out 354 and then turning right on the little heading. So I'm gonna be flying visually in, so that's gonna be a lot of fun. This will be something different than flying at the ILS, that's for sure. And if the weather need to be good for it though, so then we 04 left, 04s in general are preferred if the weather is yeah. I mean, the weather is quite good. We had just winds from the east and also a little bit cross headwind with concave conditions at 20 degrees. Yeah, looks quite good. Now time for taxi, nice. I don't imagine taxi is too long to Lyon. I don't remember. I haven't looked too much into that airport since we have, yeah, like I said earlier, not really flown to it before. So yeah. Robin, welcome back, welcome back. Charles de Gaulle approach is online. Take off in 20 seconds, oi oi oi. Nice. Yes, we need to do a fuel check at about 800, so what waypoint could that be? Tango Romeo Alpha then. Tango Romeo Alpha. There you go. Trasadingen. This is Tango Romeo Alpha. Yeah, I'll just mark that. Okay, it's a long taxi. Yeah. Take off, nice. Happy takeoff. If that's even a word. I don't know. I'll hold on to them. It's a bit too late maybe, I don't know. Lyon.
Loud and clear. Thank you. No problem. Looks like the 235 we are about 10 miles.
Yeah, I mean that I can see how that is long taxi, but I mean it isn't too bad either, is it? The layout was a bit different than I expected. Yeah. So you parked at the Bravo 62, if I'm correct. Yeah, that's what it looks like at least. Nice though. So I can see that it's a long taxi. We're basically taxiing out half that runway. Actually more than that. Yeah. That's fine. If you don't depart too far behind schedule, then it is all good. For the most part. You got a heavy plane as well, yeah, full aircraft. Yeah. That's not too bad. So yes. Again, it's cover care conditions in this, and you can see that outside here. It is basically clear skies. So I mean, it is one good weather today. So I'm really looking forward for that approach into this. It is a bit different than usual. Always when we land in this, we land with the ILS for left. So it's gonna be quite a bit fun to fly the visual in RMP Alpha. Departing now. Enjoy flight, yes, speed. Zurich. Because they... What arrival could we actually expect? I mean, we have one arrival routing here. It looks a bit different from what they are. What is the aircraft here are using? Because they're coming in from north. Yeah, coming from there. Because I think there is another star here as well. Because we need a Burdi, and then yeah, we have some transitions. We have the Neras, because that's the thing, we have the Neras, or maybe not. No, forget that. It's probably going to be on the approach plate. RMP Alpha. That didn't really help us anymore. Well, the nearest transition. Because there are some waypoints that just was created that I can't see anywhere on the charts. That's nice. Where in the world could they be? Overview. Yeah, I can't really find any other stars or anything, so then we just need to deal with what we have. Tango Romeo also should now appear here on here, so that's nice. Closing 105, nice. Martin, hello, welcome, opening well. Go back with as a British from Britain, nice. Yeah, Martin, do you want tea? Then I can request it from the cabin crew. If you want tea, then I can see what I can do. Tack. Yeah, I will request tea to you then. Why is the seatbelt turned on? You can see that it is off. Safety cargo is still a bit low. Is there anyone else that want anything to drink while I'm on it? To be quick though. Okay, 2 tea then. Yeah, hello, could we please get 2 cups of tea?
No problem. I'll get it for you now.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's gonna be about 30 minutes until descent, so you can actually call the cabin crew up again.
Hi.
Yes, also it is about 30 minutes until descent, so I forgot to say that.
Okay, well, since the passengers are pretty thirsty, I'll bring the drink service forward so they can have a drink before landing.
Okay, no problem. You only drink British tea. Nice. Yeah, you used a lot of runway, I can understand that. That's fair enough. Makes sense. Okay, see you soon then, Jesper. See you soon. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Your drinks are ready. They're in the storage compartment in our galley.
Thank you.
No problem.
There you go, Martin and Robin. Your tea is ready. You're welcome. You need to say thanks to the cabin crew. KFC makes good winglets. Hello, welcome. Hope you are doing well. Irish tea. It's some rivalry between Britain and Ireland here. Ah, okay, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense, KFC, makes sense. Makes sense. You can see the Alps in the distance. So yeah, it's looking good at least. So we're at Tango Romeo Alpha at 59, so it should be there in about 6 minutes. And around there as well, we'll start preparing for the approach. It's gonna be a little bit more to brief through today because of the visual in for 0 for left, but should be fun nevertheless. Really obsessed with British tea here today. Or last time as well. Nice. Yeah. Why not? So we are starting our descent still at 19 at 80, so when we are reaching Tra, Tango Romeo Alpha, then we will do the fuel check of course, and it's about 20 minutes until landing. So again, we will probably start preparing around there, maybe a little bit later, that does depend. I mean, it's always good to have not stress with the approach briefing. Especially not in Tunis, since we haven't flown there for a long time. Ooh, nice, Robin. What are you going to purchase? Is it the airport, aircraft, all the sceneries? What are you going to be buying? Okay, nice. Thank you for watching though, Skydrift, and see you later, and thank you. Ha det bra. Okay, nice, Robin. Then do you have an aircraft that you really want or something? Is there a specific aircraft you then are looking for? Or in general, manufacturer, for example, as well? Boeing, Airbus, Embraer, Cessna, something like that. Yes, that was Tango Romeo Alpha. I already found that. So we're ready to do the fuel check. Think about a Boeing, nice. So at least you have an expected manufacturer. Do you have any specific aircraft within the Boeing fleet that you really want, or is it just a Boeing in general? Think about the 737 MAX 8. From which developer? So if you're buying from the in-sim marketplace, I think you just have one option. And if you're using Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, then I would recommend you using the default one, because that aircraft is, or that one you can buy from the marketplace is worse than the default aircraft. So I recommend you using the default aircraft if you want the Max 8, if you're using 2024 and using marketplace. If not, I will go with the iFly, but it is quite expensive though. It does depend what you really want. Okay, fuel check at Tango Romeo Alpha, so it is going to be 5 tons, and we have 4.4 in the flight plan, so that is good. That's 600 kilograms saved. We'll say 5 tons compared to 5.4, so that's 5 on both, so 5 is 5.0, 5.0, and 1 hour 48, 1 hour 45. 1 hour 45. Good. Yeah, I know, Thomas. In general, Radeon 3D aircraft is not really the best. I have the Max 8 from them. That was actually the first ever aircraft I bought to the simulator. It was nice then, so like if you're not into the system depth and so on, yes, it is a nice aircraft to fly, but it is a bit interesting how it works as well. It doesn't really work like a Max either, that's the problem. Okay, then I understand, Robin. Okay. Yeah, so it's 140 miles, so then we'll start preparing for the approach. So on this 0 for left, what is this missed approach climb gradient for the RMP Alpha? It's an MDA as well. It's actually the same. The other requirement is that the visibility is a bit different because of between night and day, but the minima is still the same. Doesn't really specify anything on here regarding the missed approach climb gradient. For RMP Alpha approach, no. Then, if it doesn't say anything, I think we'll just go with 5%. That was the highest I could find, so then we can calculate a higher missed approach climb gradient than we actually may need, just to be on the safe side. Yes, there's also RMP 4 and 5 degrees on the RMP, yes. Will be a dry runway. The rev heading is 04, so that's gonna be 1 to... Yeah, correction, 110 at 3 knots then. Temperature is 20 degrees. Oh, it's hotter down there. And the QNH is 1021. 1021, 30 auto off wall, non-auto idle. Landing weight is that's 5. That's 1.4 tons. That's 62. That's 61,300 then, isn't it? 61.7 minus 4. Yeah, 61.3. Yeah, that sounds good to me. You can actually take 61.4 then, just to... if you have any direct, for example. And that was the wrong... 51.4. And a wing correction of 5 knots. Good, calculate. What are referring to the dollar? What? Oh yeah, you're referring to the Radeon Max aircraft. Yeah, I think it does when I think about it. I don't. If you're referring to the So that aircraft there, it may do. Yeah, so VRF, yeah, so 142 without the wing correction, so VRF 142. Flaps 30, 142, wing correction 5 knots, good. And minimum is going to be 2,040 feet. 2,040, so it's quite high. Makes sense though, and QNH is 1021, 1021, and 1021. Transition altitude is 5,000, so it's transition level 60. Yes, and the QNH is now 1021. Execute. Yes, we'll take the runway heading, so we can remember that, so 043. So then we have that, 043. And the thing is that we are not going to be passing 354 radial from 0 Golf Charlie Golf Sierra. So if you take Charlie Golf Sierra, it's going to be a radial of 354, so then it's going to be 179 then. Just going to confirm that in the plan page. That looks correct. Yeah, because if you take 350, so that's 354, yeah, that's 174 then. 174. Because we're going to be flying on heading of 354, but we are not going to be flying east of that because of noise abatement. Good. And then we can also take fixing above from runway 0 for left. 0 for left. We can take 4 miles. 6 miles, and we can also do the standard 10 mile as well. 10 miles. Yeah, we should be turning final at about 4 miles. We're gonna be turning quite early in, or quite late in, sorry. Yes, I think that should be most of it. I don't think there's anything else actually to add here. Yeah. Just potentially finding out where we're parking. That's also a nice thing to know. I park at Terminal 1. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. And of course the note times is something we need to look at as well. So we have stands. I don't think they may actually be applicable for us. 5, 6. No, they are not, so we can just disregard that. Sierra Tango Papa is out of service. Taxi Alpha 3 is closed. Alpha 3. There's actually Alpha. Good question. Yeah, that's Alpha 3. Okay, yeah, that's not going to be applicable for us either. And then Sid is not going to be applicable for us. And the ILS glide path for you, yeah. Okay, I think we're then pretty much ready for the approach briefing. I can't really remember anything else that we need to do. So please correct me if I forget anything. I may have forgot something. Oh, there it is. Thought you didn't. Thought it disconnected. Yeah, I think that should be it. But one thing actually we need to check as well is if we actually may have that here then. A glide of 3 degrees, wonderful, that is good. We already see 0.3 there, good. Then we can do the approach briefing. So we will start off with the star itself. We're expecting the Burdi 7 room arrival. This is on chart. 10-2 Charlie, effective 20th of April 23. So we are coming in via. Where is actually? Yeah, there you go, Burdi. We should be below flight level 170. Then continue to Amgel. We should be above flight level 114. Before continuing to Mikru above flight level 110, and then to Toke, then to Mike November 800, and then to Neras initial approach fix above 40,000. MSA in NIS is going to be 12,500 feet to the north because of the high terrain, 5,006 in the east, in the south east it's going to be 3,001, and on the approach path west of the airport, correction southwest, it's going to be about 3,002. Mineras, clearance. Yeah, so expecting general vectors, but for us today we may expect a direct to the initial start of the RMP approach in for NIS today. When it comes to threats, we do have quite a bit of terrain here on the north side of the airport. So we have the airport is located in this quite special geographical wise, so it is going to be some things to note about the missed approach procedure and so on. We can go further through that later. This is an airport we haven't flown into in quite a while, so we need to be careful and make sure that we're doing everything correctly, and if we may need to slow down as well to make sure that we get everything right. Other than that, I don't really see that we have any other threats except for the terrain, and that is for now at least an unfamiliar airport to fly into. For the approach itself, we expected the RMP Alpha for runway 04 left, chart 12-3. So we're expecting either vectoring or a direct in towards Bispo, maximum 190 knots, the initial fix. But then to Foxtrot November 04 Alpha, and then to Mike November 04 Alpha, and that is the missed approach point. So it is going to be a standard 3-degree glide, minimums are 2,000 feet or 2,040 feet corrected. Yeah. So if we don't see the runway at Mike November 04 Alpha, then we'll execute a missed approach. So there's going to be 2 different missed approach procedures today. So at Mike November 04 Alpha, if we go around there, we're going to be taking a right turn, maximum 185 knots to Mike November 504, maintaining maximum 3,000 feet. Then proceed to Mike November 512, then left turn to Neras. At Neras, join holding pattern at 3,000 feet. So again, remember maximum to correction 185 knots. Yeah, so in order to overfly the Cape and city of Antibes, most likely pronounced incorrect, so apologies for that. Avoid the deviation to the west after Mike November 04 Alpha, follow 345 degrees from Mike November for Alpha in equipment, if equipment permits. So like I said, we are not supposed to be flying east of this line, so not here. So we will try as far as we can, or as good as we can, to not fly to the west of that radial. We set a fixed page and a radial there on, so that we can make sure that we are not actually deviating to the west here because of noise abatement reasons. So yeah, other than that, nothing really else to say about the RMP approach. Everything is right in the FMC and so on. So then we can go over to the visual part of this approach. So this is chart 12.3 alpha. This is the visual maneuvering with prescribed tracks. Sorry. So that is the visual part. This is the this is always the preferred way of, or the preferred approach in for this. So at Mike November 04 alpha, that's our missed approach point, maximum 85 2000 feet. If we don't see the run, of course, we're going to conduct the missed approach procedure like I just described. But after that, we will be flying on. We will then go over to heading select. We'll be flying on heading of 345 degrees, or tracks 345 degrees. Then we will take, yeah, it's going to be heading 345 degrees, isn't it? No, it's going to be track 345, so we need to do some corrections because of the autopilot is just equipped with a heading. So track 345, correction 354, up towards Charlie Golf Sierra VR. Then we are going to take a right turn on heading of correction track 043 degrees to intercept the final for MS04 left. So again, we will conduct most of this approach with autopilot engaged, and we will need to remember to recycle the flight directors as well after disconnecting to make sure that we will actually get the, so that we don't get confused and get wrong indications from the flight directors. So I think we expect to be turning final at approximately 4 miles ish. Not really sure. We are going to be turning final quite close to the runway, so that's something we definitely should be aware of. Like I said, the minimum is going to be 2040 feet, corrected. And we have some altitude checks. There's a standard descent profile at 3 degrees, so at 5 miles from Charlie Golf Sierra should be at 2000, 4 miles 1730, and 3 miles 1410. So that is from runway 04 left, from Charlie Sierra, correction, Charlie Golf Sierra DME. Yes, so we have pop runway 04 left, right mandatory, yes. In order to not overfly the, yeah, so like I said, we are not going to be deviating west of 345 degrees there. When it comes to the missed approach, it's going to be a little bit different once we're entering the visual part of the approach. We're going to be climbing straight ahead when passing Hospital Lenval, about 5 DME from Charlie Golf Sierra, or 2.5 to the November India, or 2.5 to the November Alpha. That's going to be the respective ILS means from this. So for left and right. Then turn right, take a right turn to 110 degrees, climb to 3000, maximum to 20 knots. We already wish, I don't really think we're actually going to be able to have that in the FMC, so that means we need to actually have this tuned in. So that means we can turn in Charlie Golf Sierra VR 109 to on active. 109 to, so you can set that on active for now. So make sure that we have that ready for the approach procedure and also for the altitude checks here. But yeah, other than that, there's nothing really else significant to say, unless that is again a bit different than we are used to, and it's going to be visual, so we need to be careful. And again, most of it is going to be flown on autopilot. We will most likely not be disconnected before we are already on final. Wait and see. So yes. When it comes to note times, we have some cranes in the vicinity of the airport. And also, first of all, we can at least note that the glide path for runway 04 left on the ILS is auto service. And we also have a VUR auto service, but that is not used for this procedure, so that is fine. We have a fixed crane. It's going to be about 75 feet AMSL. Lighting, it's lit as well. And we have, yeah, that's actually basically on the crane we have. Okay, that's good. So we don't really have anything significant when it comes to note times for the approach procedure at least. First of all, we are landing with flaps 30 today. VRF 142 wind correction 5 knots with idle reverse thrust. That is mandatory unless for other operational reasons, safety reasons, and with manual braking as well. For the taxi, this is our airport charts 10-9. We're landing 04 left, we got vacate via Foxtrot 1 or Golf 1, or sorry, Echo Golf. Most likely Echo Golf for us. And then we have a hotspot number 3, so you can go and look at that. Hotspot number 3. Hotspot number 3. So taxiway crossing runway with aircraft flaring out. Short taxi distance from parking area Kilo to holding point Golf 1. Other than that, we have ground mode restrictions, so entry to apron Kilo, that's not going to be relevant for us. When it comes to the parking stand charts, this is on chart 10-9 Bravo, effective 5th of September 24. Echo Golf, we could expect taxiway uniform Foxtrot to Terminal 1 here is what we're expecting. And then Sierra, of course, to one of the stands here. Not sure where we're parking yet, we will find out not too long. Just a moment, we're starting our descent. So we'll set flight level 250 initially. 250 set, and we'll just let the aircraft start descending, and here we go, we are starting our descent now. Wonderful. Oh, sorry, VNAV altitude, sorry. Altitude went, VNAV off, good. So yes, expecting one of the stands in this vicinity between stand 14 and 10, perhaps. So yeah, we have some restrictions here on the taxi as well. We have maximum 17 knots on straight positions, so not the usual 30, it is maximum 17 here in this. So that's something we need to be aware of. It is some restrictions regarding APU as well, but we are expecting both air conditioning and ground or good GPU at the stand, so that's not going to be too much to be concerned of. When it comes to node times, Alpha 3 is closed, not going to be that relevant when I think about it now. So that is not really anything else then. And we don't really have any other taxi restrictions again, except for these maximum 17 knots at the airport. That should be it for the briefing. I can't really think of anything else to discuss. So are there any questions? Probably not, then our approach briefing is complete. Descent checklist. Pressurization, landing altitude set to 0 feet, recall is checked, auto brake off, line data VRF 142 minimums 2040 feet. Approach briefing is completed, descent checklist is complete. There you go. Okay, thank you Robin, thank you for watching though, and have a good day. Again, thank you. See you later. Ha det bra. You took some flight to 390, nice. You'll know, I've never been to NIS in real life. Never. Oh, what happened there? Did you guys see that? The screen flashed or something? No. But yeah, I've never been to NIS in real life, no. Never. So like I said earlier today, this approach is going to be a bit different than usual. That briefing was definitely longer than usual as well. So yeah. But it should be fun nevertheless. Okay, thank you for watching, Tomsa, and enjoy your trip to the cabin then. See you on Sunday for hopefully then. Thank you. Ha det bra. Okay, so we're expecting to be landing at because we could hit the vector, but I think the better option here is actually to take a direct towards Bispo from Nersa, or whatever that waypoint was again. But maybe also a bit earlier would be preferable because of the location. Yeah, I think maybe we need to take it at November here. Otherwise we will get to quite a tight turn. No, sorry, we actually have some... Well, that's the missed approach waypoints, yeah. So I think we may need to take it... Bispo... like this. To make sure that we actually have a sufficient turn in on the final here. So you can execute that. And we expect we're landing at 58 though, so they didn't really change much on the timing. Okay, got to be passing flight of 300 before we do the PA. just so we don't miss the check. Passing flight level 300. And the pressurization is looking all good. Wonderful. We can actually check on the cabin temperature as well. It is looking quite good, maybe a little bit hot. The cockpit is definitely hot. Yeah. Yes, just wait a moment here. Need to do some other things first as well. Yes, start. It's a good thing with the GSX profile, isn't it? There you go. Just make sure that it actually went through. Yes, safer. Okay, then we'll do the PA. So if we're landing at 58 and the clock is 25, so we're landing in about 30. We can say 30 minutes at 55. I can just say 30 minutes, that's fine. Doesn't need to be 100% accurate either. Approximately 30 minutes. The weather is looking quite good in NIS at the moment with the winds 1103 at 3, so yeah, we need to do a recalculation. 1103 at 3 with Kawake conditions. Actually, wait a moment, we need to descend down to flight level 200 first. 200 set. Mine damer og herrer, dette er kaptein som snakker. Som dere kanskje lagt merke til, så nå vi direkte ned mot NIS, og vi forventet lande om rundt ca. 30 minutter. Været i NIS for øyeblikket ser det ganske så bra ut. Vi har litt grann vind fra sør-øst. Det for øyeblikket rundt 20 grader og skyfri himmel. Ellers, vi har fått en veldig fin flytur med Norwegian. Vi takker lov til å fly med oss. Vi håper vi ser deg for deres neste flytur, og så ønsker vi en fin dag videre. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain speaking. As you may notice, we now already begun our descent down towards NIS, and we are expected to land in approximately 30 minutes. The weather in NIS at once looking quite good, with just some slight winds from the southeast, about 20 degrees centigrade, and clear skies. Otherwise, we hope you enjoyed this flight with us today. We thank you for choosing us. We hope to see you again on the next flight, and we wish you a pleasant day. Thank you. Good. Jeffet, hello, welcome, hope you're doing well. So at least the good thing here is that we have the missed approach procedure for the RNAV, but we needed to, yeah, we probably need to do a quick recap of the missed approach procedure for the visual in, because we have two different missed approach procedures today. So just a recap on that one, because we don't have that in the FMC, because it is for the visual one. So after past Mike November 04 Alpha, we know that we're not going to conduct a missed approach. There we will just do a quick recap of the missed approach procedure for the visual, because it is a little bit different. Yeah, Jeffet, so we're doing currently the RMP Alpha and then the visual or the VPT into NIS. So the visual, it is visual maneuvering with prescribed tracks. That is what we are doing. So the RMP Alpha and then going over to the visual in for 0 for left. That's always the preferred approach into NIS because of noise abatement. So it's going to be a lot of fun, this one. I can't really remember that we've flown this approach ever before, because I think we always gone with the ILS nevertheless. I actually don't remember, but like I said, nevertheless, it's going to be a lot of fun flying this one. So yeah, if you're landing 58, 15 minutes, 48 minus 5 is going to be 3. If I'm correct, isn't it? 48 minus 5 is, yeah, that's 43. So we're going to turning on the seatbelt at 43, so it's going to be in about 13 minutes. And we can continue down to flight level 150%. Exactly, Japet, exactly. I mean, visuals are a lot of fun to fly, they are. But you don't really fly visuals that often and especially in Europe. I know that it is very frequent, but it's done a lot in the United States. It's a bit different in Europe, unfortunately. In the States, at least, visual approaches is really common. So I imagine a lot of fun flying over there because of that. I remember there was an approach control that was online in Stavanger not too long ago, and in the description it said that the visual approaches are free. The RMP cost like 35 Norwegian kroner and an ILS cost 50. That was nice. So yeah, and I mean, if you are able to do it, it's always nice to do the visuals. I mean, in Oslo at least, there is visual approaches are banned because of noise, so that's a bit unfortunate. But yeah, should do visual approaches a bit more often. Generally, don't really have the you don't really can't do it because of procedures or someone. Oh, yeah, but you do it here and there sometimes. I think last time I did a visual was into Trondheim, maybe already half a year ago or something, long time ago. But yeah. Yeah, there we're passing flight level 200. Yes, that's all looking good. So then we can decide on the fuel back to Gardermoen. So what do we want? The weather looks nice, so I'm happy with the flight plan fuel. And yeah, so that's going to be 9.3 tons. So if no one have anything to say on that, we'll go with the flight plan fuel back to Gardermoen. Yeah, it's KVK conditions. I'm expecting KVK conditions for today, so like I said, I'm happy with the flight plan fuel of 9.3 tons. Of course, if you have anything to say on that, then please do speak up. We're landing a little bit behind schedule, but that's fine. We could have done a direct here for the star, but nah. Sniskar til målen. Yes, that's look all good. Departure runway 04 right, landing 1 on the right. Yeah, that sounds reasonable to me, so we can generate. Okay, J-Foot, I understand. Nice. But yeah, in general, like I said, it is a bit different in the States than it is in Europe. So yeah. But yeah, that's really nice though. I've heard it is yeah, in general quite nice flying there because there's a lot more visuals. You can see that what happened with the accident, the mid-air collision with Washington. That the CRJ there was going to do a visual in for the other runway. Not a sidestep, but did a runway change and it was going to do it visually. It's quite common that in the States indeed. Just tragic what happened on that approach though. Yeah, okay, yeah, I understand, J-Foot, yeah. I understand. I mean, if you declare for a visual, then you can disregard the ILS then, so... That's a positive thing, isn't it? Yeah. For me at least, that is normally just flying in Europe, it's always a bit strange, if I can say that, to fly into the States. It is mostly... Well, a lot of things at least is different. Bouncing up. Then down to flight level 100. 100 is set. So, if you just check the latest METAR for NIST, winds are 110 we calculated with 103. Just an increase of 2 knots. 21 degrees, Kunish 1021 and 1021 is set in here. You need to be... Please come back. Oh, I was really nervous. I have experience at the simulator. I've frozen up like this if I don't things too quickly in the FMC, so nervous there. So yes, that is nice. So nothing is really going to be changing on the landing parameters at least. The winds are basically just 2 knots stronger in the same direction. Apparently at flight level 15 it is calm. No winds, that's nice. It's quite good weather in NIST then. How is it going with the real aircraft? They are landing 40. Why are they landing so early? They're landing now in 4 minutes. Yeah, I mean, they probably got at some directs and so on. We are just flying the star, so probably expect a little shortcut. No, actually, yeah, actually they did. They got vectored in, it looks like. I'm not quite sure if that's going to be saving us much, but at least for now we can fly direct to Otoke, confirm, execute. Actually, that goes as, yeah. Again, I highly doubt it saved us anything. Yeah, it didn't. But at the moment, at least, there is not really a point in changing the arrival regarding especially our descent profile. If you do a direct, for example, to near us, it's going to be a really steep turn before we're starting the approach, so that's not really optimal. Don't really want that. Yeah, Jay, it is really congested with traffic there indeed, yeah. Almost a bit surprising that nothing happened earlier. So yeah, definitely something needs to be changed. Like, why are the helicopter routes right at the end of the runway? That's the interesting part. So yeah, there's definitely going to be changes, I imagine, after that accident. Really tragic. I mean, it makes sense that there's a lot of heli traffic in that area of Washington. It does, but like in general, how the helicopter routes have been laid up is just a bit interesting. That they are flying so close to the airport itself. Yeah, and hello, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, exactly, it is, exactly. So yeah. I do understand that, Jeff, but yeah. It's a bit interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that, yeah. I don't really think that many actually know how to... I mean, they're visual, it's just like you fly visually, and for example, when they discontinued autopilot earlier, to be honest, I did do that myself in the start. But I mean, most visuals are actually flown with autopilot on, for the most part. I mean, it's probably up to the airline's SOP and what the pilots really want themselves, so... Not really going to be changing much, but... Yeah, it is a bit more complicated than it may seem like it is. Yeah, we'll turn on give the 15 minutes call now. Should have actually done that 2 minutes ago. Oh, sorry, now we should actually done that a bit. Should actually done that a little bit later, but that's fine. If the cabin is ready a bit earlier, that isn't too bad. Probably actually skip most. We can probably take. Yeah, that is. Yeah, that is. The only thing that's the waypoint that we're going to be flying to, but it isn't. It is part of the missed approach procedure. Yeah, like I said earlier, we need to take a quick recap of the missed approach procedure for the visual approach. Because it is quite a bit different. It is a completely other missed approach procedure, so we need to remember to take a quick recap, because that needs to be flown manually. We don't have that in the computer. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Passing flight level 1. Okay, sorry, 1000 to go. We can continue to flight to 80 from there. Yeah, but we're going to go heading select. We're going to be flying that initial part, and then most likely also doing the final turn on the autopilot before we are disconnecting. But the thing is that we are turning final quite late, at about 4 miles, but that should be fine. And also that means, if I'm correct, also we are going to be flying on a track, so not on a heading. So we need to do some corrections as well, because the autopilot just have it's on the heading and not the track mode. So yeah, we need to do some corrections as well to make sure. Yeah, actually we have no winds, so we don't need any corrections at the moment. Give a bit more windy at flight at 2,000 feet, but at least over here at the moment we don't really have much wind. Yeah, exactly, Kev. So we could do that as well, but we don't really have set it up for that. But yeah, we could do that as well. I mean, you have a bit more control if you're doing it in heading and select. That's for sure. Yeah, passing flight level 100. And yes, everything is looking good up there. There shouldn't be any other traffic inbound at the moment, so we are all good by ourselves. Okay, so we're going to be, yeah, we can descend at 2,400 feet, so above the minimums at least. But what's the QNH again? 21 still? That's the wrong airport. The 30 meter, yes. QNH is 1021, so we can descend up to 2,100. 2,100 set. QNH 1021, so that was already set. 2021 approach checklist. Altimeters QNH 1021 set cross checked. We're passing flight level 90. Now, plus 10 approach checklist is complete. Hello.
Hi, Captain. All passengers are seated and secured for landing.
Thank you.
No problem.
I will also give the chemical seat for landing before we are turning final. Otherwise it will be way much to do for me. Okay, so then we should be turning in towards Ispo shortly. Remember the maximum 190 knots there. Sorry, and it's just my pedals that is doing its strange stuff. So it may be a little bit bumpy. There you go, now we encountered some wind, so that means we need to do some corrections on the heading. So we also have Charlie Golf Sierra VR in. So that's currently active. So the airport should be over here somewhere. Yeah, there you go, the airport is right there. Airport in sight. The range and it is 20. So okay, the missed approach at least for the RMP part is 3000, and for the visual it is 3000. Okay, so it's 3000 both, that's good. Makes it a little bit easier. The fortunate thing is that it doesn't specify when we are going to take that right turn to the to final. That is the problem here. Okay, I can go speed 820, speed 220. 220 set. Laps 5, speed checked. Now you can go speed 190. 190 set. There you go. We are about 10 miles out, currently winds are calm. And it is 3 by 4 degrees. Yeah, so we are flying visually after the Magnum MS-04 Alpha, and that's going to be about 6 miles from the runway. We got runway in sight. 1,000 to go. NIS traffic, Nordic 1, Juliet Golf established RP Alpha for MS 04 left to NIS. Okay. Missed approach altitude 3,000 feet. 3,000 set. And heading select track 34, correction 354.
Approaching minimums.
Contact visual.
Minimums.
Get down, flaps 15, speed checked. Temperature is for landing, please. Land shift to flaps, cam call, given, enter start switches, continue, speed brakes on, landing down, flaps holding 15. And we can match speed, and flaps 30, speed checked. And we can go vertical speed of 1,000. Emergency warning, being disconnected, disregard. Okay, then 043 degrees.
$1,000.
043. Complete landing checklist further plan for the green. Yeah, we overshot a little bit. Disconnecting. Need a bit low.
$500. $400. $300. $200. $100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Knots. 80 knots. 60 knots. There you go. Welcome to NIS. Flight time 2 hours 44. Do we manage this? Yeah, we can manage this turn. Wonderful. NIS traffic, Nordic, 1, Juliet Golf, vacated 0 for left. Right clear, left clear. Left turn here then. Maximum 17 knots. Should we stand? Stand should we take? Left clear, right clear. And we can fire up the APU. Well, that was not correct. We can take oh, so that was the wrong one. Take where's that center line? Oh, there it is. Which gate are this? Romeo Delta. Maybe it's just this then. No. Okay, just wait a moment. Let me find out. Terminal 1. Take Bravo. Nope. Charlie. Oh yeah, now I understand. So for example then 10 Charlie is in here. Okay, that makes sense. So we can then take that's 2 Alpha. We can actually take 10 Charlie then. Charlie 10. No. Make sure that we actually got go. Why is the video just hidden behind there? I prefer to be able to see that. But thank you for that. Oh, we can't see it. We can see when we are going to stop. That's the only thing we can maybe see. Oh no. And the simulator for us as well. Thank you. Come on. Stop. Back reset. And we can shut down 1 and 2. And go passing 25.
Ground to cockpit.
Go ahead.
The captain, microphone check please.
Read the landing clear. So that's
Roger.
still the wrong one.
Okay, captain, ground power is available. Stand by. We'll start
Boarding
getting you
requested.
offloaded in a couple of minutes.
Roger.
Okay. There we go. Shut down checklist to the line. Fuel pumps off except one for the APU. Probe it off. Follow well is set. Flaps up on light. Parking brake set. Engine start. Gears cut off and weather radar off. Shut down checklist to the line is complete. Request ground power and air conditioning because it is way too hot here. Yeah, GPU card. Request.
Goodbye.
Passengers deboarding starting.
There you go, ground cars available. And off today. Okay, so flight time. 2 hours and 43 minutes. What did I say? 2 hours 43? Okay, shuttle check is below the line. Technical completed, TFP completed, shuttle check is complete. There you go, that was a nice approach. Matt, hello, welcome, hope you are doing well. I think I saw something earlier regarding the runway, but yeah, in NIS at least, 0 for left is always used for landing and 0 for right always for departure. And 2-3 right for landing and 2 to right for landing and 2 to left for departure. So always the outer runway for departures and always the inner one for landing. That's standard procedure here in this. Yeah. Definitely something I need to improve on is visual approaches. But I mean, to be honest, it didn't go that bad. It didn't. So I'm quite happy. So we're gonna be flying from NIS then, the emotions. Mike November. To Gardermoen. Nordic 5 Victor Delta. Yep, 5 Victor Delta. 5 Victor Delta. Departure runway is going to be 0 for right. And if I can actually... I haven't even got up the flight plan. It's nice. NIS Oslo, that's the wrong flight plan. Hello, thank you. No. Why can't I move you over? Oh yeah, that was the correct flight plan. Oh, sorry. 0 for right var de Irmar 7 Charlie. Irmar 7 Charlie. After Irmar, it's going to be direct to Kines. Direct to Vanas. Vanas direct to Esoko. Esoko direct to Godra. Godra direct to Lukta. Lukta direct to Tergo. Tergo direct to Harem. Direct to Lukre. Direct to Masek. Direct to Elna. Direct to Rakslu. And then Sabak, Limanal 7 Lune. Expecting one on the right, Lune for Mike. Ja, titla. Final is 2 tons. We are starting our cruising level at flight level 360. 360. Cruising wind is going to be 28729. Average ISA is -3, -56, -59. QNH 1015 in Oslo. Oh. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to answer that. Sorry, Joris. Yeah, this is the Just Sim scenery. So it is. I'm not quite sure what happened with the profile and why the GSX profile set the VLGS behind, and also why the passengers are walking in the air. Not really sure what's happening here, but okay.
Ground to cockpit.
Go ahead.
Captain, okay, all bags have been offloaded. We're closing up now and we'll speak to you next time.
Roger. Twitter B, hello, welcome. Hope you're doing well. So yeah, the engine out seat is what we are looking for now. So take off this patch from NIS. Yeah, we can actually request the refueling because if they're finished with unloading, then we can
Refueling truck is on its way.
Runway departure is 04 right. Yeah, so that's going to be climb straight ahead to 1
Please don't load aircraft
Give me
until the fuel truck arrives and ask to do it.
Alpha Zulu Romeo VR. NIS VR. 1 DME. Wait. Turn right, bank 15 degrees to track 140 degrees, maximum speed 135, not at all turns. It comes to the head, then right turn. If we can take you. Okay. Alpha Zulu Romeo NIS VR. Runway heading is 043 degrees. Or the departure heading is 043 degrees. 1 DME or 1 mile. Oh, that was the wrong one. Alpha Zulu Romeo 043 1. Then on the track 140 degrees. Confirm. Yeah. Boom. Here it is. Wonderful, then we have you in place. And it's going to be flight level 360 and 700 feet close. Welcome back again, Esper. Welcome back. The initial climb clearance here for this one is initial climb clearance flight level 130. Are we departing with the Alpha Charlie? Charlie. I already forgot. It is... Yeah, the departing pod is 7 Charlie 1. Hello.
Hello, Captain. Everyone's offloaded. Brilliant landing, by the way. We barely felt anything.
Thank you.
Just give me a buzz if you need anything.
Of course. So this 7 Charlie is
truck
initial
is in
climb
position.
by ATC. Because the 7 Alpha one is for
Please don't
zero for
load
right,
aircraft
correction
until
0
the
for
fuel
left.
truck arrives and ask to do it.
I mean, we can just take flight level 130 here as well. Since there is no ATC. A 2 smooth landing. That's nice. Virtual United pilot, hello, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I thought it was. Oh, there's a new update for Stephanie Cargo available. Oh, I didn't see that. I thought it was for the last flight. Oh. Yeah, we're currently on the return leg to Guard 1 or to Oslo from Nice. Just here. That was wrong. There you go. If any bugs have been fixed. Yeah, that's gonna be just 1,100. Yeah. Yeah, 100 feet, sorry. It looks like GS6 a little bit bugged out. I don't think we remember. We didn't ask for 20.3 tons of fuel. That's a bit too much. We asked for 9.3, isn't it? On the word did they give us that much? 9.3, yeah. Not 20 tons. Oh, sorry, no. 9.3 tons, not percent.
Ground to cockpit.
Go ahead.
The captain, microphone check please.
Read the landing clear.
Okay captain, radio check is complete. We'll contact you when we're ready to start loading.
Roger. Hello.
Hello, Captain. Okay, I've spoken to security, and I'm told they'll be ready to send the passengers down to us in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. All stations prepare to start boarding.
Okay, so we should probably start boarding, otherwise we will be late.
Boarding requested.
Good. Can put in the estimated zero fuel weight as well. And then we should be ready for the briefing shortly. Zero fuel weight, where are you? You are there, 56.4.
Passengers boarding starting.
Yeah, exactly. GSX give us full load. Nothing uncommon though for GSX, to not gonna lie. Yeah, we get all of you, of course. Yeah, there you go. Now loading is starting. Refilling is complete. Confirm 9.3. Affirm 9.3. Good. Just write that down. Dude. 9.3.
Good morning.
Okay, are we ready for the departure briefing?
This way.
So, actually wait, the ground crew and the cabin crew is going to be calling us.
Welcome on board.
Okay.
Hello. Boarding pass, please.
Hello.
Hi, Captain. We've started boarding. Passengers are coming through now.
Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, so then we can do the departure briefing and we can start off with the emergency.
Hello.
So everything, basically almost everything is going to be the same as we discussed earlier in Oslo today, except for the engine outside.
Good morning.
So for the engine outside, we are going to be climbing straight ahead, one DME from Nis VR, then we got a right turn on track, 140 degrees. We'll be climbing up to 6,000 feet.
Hello.
Yeah, so the weather is looking quite good here in this today, so that's not going to be concerning us too much. The only thing is that it's going to be quite a complicated missed approach procedure because of the really early right turn. So we're not going to be that high, because again, if you have an engine failure, you're going to have one engine operative, so it's going to be quite low to the ground. So we may expect perhaps some ground proximity warning systems or alerts during that turn, but that could be expected.
This way.
Other than that, like I said, the weather is good. We are expecting to be departing above the maximum landing weight. No, sorry, we are actually expecting to be landing or departing below the maximum landing weight. So that means if we need to return back, it does look like we can return immediately without any problems regarding the weight of the aircraft. But other than that, all the runways should be available for landing in case that's needed. Preferably runway 04s, but if we need to land on 22, that is also available for us. But yeah, other than that, there's nothing really else to say for the emergency briefing. Any questions? Probably not, then we can go over to the route check. So for the route check, we can start with our departures, expecting the Irmar 7 Charlie departure, and then to Irmar, direct to Kines, direct to Vanas, direct to Esoko, direct to Godra, and then it's going to be direct to Lukta, direct to Tergo, direct to Harem, direct to Lopre, direct to Masek, direct to Elnat, direct to Rakslu, direct to Sabak, Lima 997 to Lunip, and then the Lunip arrival in for Gardermoen. Ground distance 11:22. In the FM flight plan we have 11:27. That's an acceptable deviation, so that is looking good. Expected landing also with 3.1 tons of fuel. In the flight plan it says expecting 2.3, so that is also looking good.
This way.
And then we can go over to the taxi.
This way, please.
So yeah, for the taxi we will start off with the parking stand charts today. These are parking stand charts, 10-9 Bravo, effective 5th of September 24. So party stand 10 Charlie, we could not really sure what we could expect regarding a push. we could probably expect either straight back facing east or west. So either then we can taxi via Foxtrot and the uniform, or Tango, Delta and uniform, and then continue out. For the airport stand charts here, we have 10-9. Again, expecting uniform, then to runway 04 left, Alpha 1, then we can take cross runway 04 left at Alpha 1, Alpha 2, then continue on to Victor, and then we will use Quebec 3 for departure today. Actually, no. We can go with the full-length Whiskey 3 today.
This way, please.
We have one hotspot that's going to be available first. That's hotspot number 1.
Welcome on board.
So, hotspot number 1 is taxiway crossing runway. And that wasn't unexpected. Taxiway crossing runway. Other than that, we don't have any hotspots. Taxi restrictions-wise, we are limited maximum 70 knots on straight position. So, the maximum speed allowed on taxi is 17 compared to the standard 30. So that means maximum 17 knots. So, it's going to be a little slower taxi today. When it comes to note times, we have Alpha 3 is closed, so that is going to be down here at hotspot number 4. Not really relevant for us today. We have a VR that's out of service that we're not going to be using either. We have a crane up to 75 meters that we also need to be aware of. We have some things regarding the SID actually. So, exemptions on the runway 04 right and 04 left northern SID to reduce noise pollution. Aircraft will have to follow 04 right and 04 left northern SID up to 4,000 feet minimum unless otherwise instructed. Any shortcuts, direct request to a point before the altitude will be refused. So, the earliest point we can do a direct or expect direct is above 4,000 feet. Departure flights modified. The NIS Sur Airport establishes a permanent and automatic data exchange with the Network Management Operations Center as an ANI airport advanced network integrated in addition to existing ACDM airport. Yes. And airport has fully... Yeah, actually doesn't look like this could be causing or this really be anything significant for us. And one other thing to note of, that's the glide path for the MSFS left is out of service in case you need to return back for an emergency, for example. So the glide path is out of service, that's good to know. Other than that, runway conditions dry, and the airport condition is looking really good today. Nothing outstanding there. So yes. For the SID itself, expecting the Irmar 7 Charlie departure. This is on chart. 10-3 hotel, effective 24th of March 22. Reporting on the red wedding. Once we're passing 420 feet, we're going to take a right turn on I think it's 130 degrees. And then we're going to take a left turn again on 067 to Mike November 149er, maximum to 10 knots. Then we're going to continue to NIS VOR. Yeah, that was the NDB we are using for the engine outs, yeah. Below flight of 100 and then continue up towards Barso and then to Irmar. MSA is 12,500 feet in the north, 5,600 feet in the east, 3,001 feet in the southeast, 3,200 feet in the southwest, and so on. Maximum 250 as always, any DP1 on you, so we're going to be climbing on a V2 plus 20 knots up towards 3,100 feet AGL, or correction on QNH, 3,000 feet AGL, cancels, or then accelerate the aircraft, and then redirect the flaps as scheduled. Yes, other than that, when it comes to threats, as you may see, we have quite a bit of terrain on the north side of the airport, so that's something we definitely should be aware of. Other than that, we again also have the quite tight turn on the SID here that we need to be careful with. So because of the terrain as well, it could be a possibility of a ground proximity warning system alert on the SID as well. It isn't any warnings from what I can see on the SID regarding that. But that's something we definitely should be aware of. Nevertheless, it could happen. Yeah, so we need a minimum climb ground of 5.8% of the 6,000 feet. So that is for us going to be about 1,200 to 1,500 feet a minute. Other than that, nothing really else to say. Are there any questions? Probably not, don't have departure briefing is. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Okay, we've received the load sheet from ground. There's the passenger count, the crew count and the total souls count. Plus yourselves, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like we're all set to go whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. You should be ready for push in about 5 to 10, so if you just give us a call once you're ready for departure back then.
No problem.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Captain, just a quick update to let you know that we've started loading. We'll contact you again once we're done.
Roger.
Ground to cockpit.
Go ahead.
Loading Asha has been completed. We're sending the load sheet up to you now. We are waiting for you to close up. Once the beacon light is switched on, we'll contact you to begin pushback.
Roger. Okay, so then we can confirm the... Yes. So, seat fuel weight, 56.4, 56.4. Takeoff weight, 65.3, 65.8. That's within limits, 65.8. And we confirm the fuel. Wonderful, we can execute. Okay, we can do the pre-projected to the line. So, pins and covers removed, oxygen, test the warm sense, now transfer on display switches, normal auto, wind weight, on, presentation mode selector. Auto, flight instruments. We are tracking 348, QNH 1721. We are reading about 25 feet. 25, that's plus minus 0. Park brake is set, engine start is cut off, and taxi and takeoff briefing completed. Before checklist to the line is complete. So yes, then we can do the PA. So flight time is going to be about 2 hours 50 back to Gardermoen. Flight level 360, and it should be good weather en route and also in Oslo. Mine damer og herrer, god ettermiddag. Mitt navn er Fabian, jeg er kaptein ombord i dag, og på AMD Norwegian reisebesetningen så ønsker vi dere hjertelig velkommen bord denne flyvningen fra NIS til Oslo Gardermoen. Flytid til Oslo i dag er forventet å bli rundt ca. 2 timer og 50 minutter. Vi begynner straks å bli klare for avgang her fremme. Vi forventer å dytte ut av gaten om rundt 5 til 10 minutter, så hvis dere kan være så snill, sette dere ned, ta på sikkerhetsbeltet. Også for å se egenes sikkerhetsansbord, så anbefaler vi på det sterkeste å følge med på det veldig viktige sikkerhetsdemonstrasjonen som kommer fra kabinbesetningen nå, veldig snart. Når det kommer til fartsturen vår i dag, så venter vi ikke at det kan kanskje bli litt lengre enn vanlig på grunn av noen restriksjoner på makshastighet. Men uten det, vi forventer ikke at det skal ta så alt for lang tid før vi er klare for avgang. Når det kommer til avgangsruten vår i dag, så kommer vi til å ta først litt nordøst, før vi ganske raskt forventer å ta en høyre, ganske kraftig høyresving mot sørøst for å unngå litt områder hvor vi i forhold til litt støydempingsprosedyrer. Og vi da forventer å svinge mer nordover igjen og fortsette mot Oslo. Vi forventer en marsjhøyde på rundt 36 000 fot i starten i dag. Ettersom vi har brent litt drivstoff og flyet blir litt lettere, så venter vi å klatre litt høyere gjennom flyvningen. Utenom det, gå flyforholdene er forventet gjennom flyvningen som alltid. Men ja, som alltid uansett, så anbefaler jeg på sikkerhetsbeltet på barsen til vi kommer bort til uventet turbulens. Og været i Oslo på øyeblikket ser det ganske så bra ut med litt vind fra sørøst, 13 grader og skyfri himmel. Ellers, siden jeg slapp av, så bor det veldig fin flytur med Norwegian. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Fabian, I'm the captain aboard today, and on behalf of Norwegian and the rest of the crew, we want to wish you very welcome aboard this flight from NIS to Oslo Gardermoen. Flight time to Oslo today is expected approximately 2 hours and 50 minutes. We are shortly ready for departure in front. Expect to push back in about 5 to 10 minutes. If you may, please sit down, take your seatbelts, and for your own safety on board, we do recommend you pay special attention to the safety demonstration that is coming from the cabin crew in just a few moments. When it comes to the taxi today, we do anticipate that it may take a little bit longer than usual because of some speed restrictions on the taxiways. Other than that, once we're ready for departure, we're departing initially a bit northeast before expecting quite quickly to take a right turn towards some populated areas regarding some noise abatement procedures. Before we then expect to turn north again towards Oslo. We are expected to be cruising at approximately 36,000 feet today. We may expect to be climbing a bit higher after we burn some fuel and the aircraft will become a bit lighter. As always, we do still recommend the seats on just for the entire flight just in case we encounter some unexpected turbulence. The weather in Oslo is quite good with just some slight winds from this from the southwest. From the southeast. 13 degrees centigrade and the clear skies. Otherwise, sit down, relax, and we're gonna enjoy this flight with Norwegian. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, welcome back. Okay, so then we can go ahead and do the calculations. To take off 04 right, full length condition is dry. Winds currently to correction 100 at 5. Temperature is 21 degrees. QNH 10211021. Flaps 5. And takeoff weight is 65.8 tons. Center of gravity is 20.2%. A little bit hot brakes, but that's fine. And we can fire up the... So we have an aircraft beside us here. Olympic. Nice. That's gonna be the rate 2 with an assumed of 41 degrees. The rate 2, 41, 89.7, 88.9, and the speed limit, but the difference there is because of the air conditioning currently running. Flaps 5, trim 5.9. We have 625 here, okay. Did select the correct 20.2, yeah. And it's gonna be 28, 40, 44. 28, 40, and it was 44, yeah, 45. And 3,000 feet on the acceleration height for the engine, for the NADB 2. 1, 4, 5. There you go. Just wait a moment here. One on the right. Okay, pretty for checklist. Below the line, fuel we have 9,300 kilograms aboard, 6 pumps on, passive signs set, auto brake, RTO, city car is completed. Vehicle speeds V1 128, VR 140, V2 145. MSP 145, 043, flight level 30 set. Give for checklist. And AP survey. Perfect ground.
Go ahead.
Can you please connect the ground power and the air conditioning?
Roger. Stand by.
Yeah, we can fill in the part.
Ground power HA has been disconnected.
Thank you. Okay, then we are pretty much ready to go, aren't we? Yes. Then we can prepare for push and start. We are about 5 minutes, 35 minutes late. There we go. Yeah, this way. Yes, we got to European.
Ground to cockpit.
Yeah, pressure.
Good. Yes. Go ahead.
Tow is connected. Release parking brakes when ready to push back.
Roger, we brake set. We will give a call once we're ready. Looks quite clear to me. Before start checklist, Flight deck door is closed, locked, doors, windows closed and locked, and the collision light is on, transponder, altitude off, rudder and land trim free, and 0 before start checklist complete.
Tow is attached, steering pin is inserted. Stand by while we start pushback.
So either I think we'll taxi by Foxtrot, so that's gonna be nose right, tail left. Nose right, tail left. Copy ground, cleared push, facing east, brake set. Park brakes is released.
Okay, Captain, we're clear of the stand and you're free to start engine.
Thank you, start 2 in 1 sequence. Just pass the service road first. Starting number 2.
Roger.
Okay, firing up number 2. Start to get out. Starting number 1.
Roger.
Starting up number 1. No. And I will not have any contact with the ground crew anymore. Start to get out. Copy the ground, too good. Engine starts. Yeah, you may disconnect. Yeah, that's why we didn't hear the parking brake set from GSX. I haven't changed that voice yet for the female character, so that's nice. Need to do that on the return then. Not really sure why, but GSX always, or when they finish pushing, the aircraft starts accelerating at standstill. That's a bit interesting. At least we taxi was Sierra Foxtrot uniform, total but Alpha Font. Thank you for help. Pin on the left. Have a good day. See you soon. Bye. Next time. Okay, there we go. We got the gear pin. Flaps 5. Flank roll check. Yeah. Alright, looks like my pedals are working a bit better now. Before taxi checklist. Generators on, probeat on, anti-ice off, aircon and press, packs auto, isolate valve auto, engine start switches, continuous, recall, checked, engine start levers, idle D10, flag controls, checked, ground equipment. Clear, flaps, 5 plan, 5 green, APU off, before taxi complete. NIS traffic, Nordic 5 Victor Delta, taxiing via Sierra Foxtrot uniform to holding point Alpha 1 for 0 for left, NIS. Just wait a moment here. Okay, left clear. Right clear. Brakes released. And right is clear on Foxtrot. And remember maximum 17. Left clear, right clear. Right clear. We will set. Yes, I didn't receive anything. Wonderful. We have an arriving aircraft here. Left clear, right clear. Is that an A320? Of course the cockpit is going to be in the way so you can't see the landing. I mean that looked quite nice. Left clear, right clear. Got to accelerate a little bit. Left clear, right clear. And speed, there we go. So then we go to crossing 0 for left. I think I said 0 for right, but I mean 0 for left. Cross at Alpha 1 and then continue over to Whiskey 3. Geneva Victor. Okay, right clear. Left clear. Launch path looks clear for 04 left as well. That means we can cross. Hello.
Hi, Captain. The cabin is secured for takeoff.
Thank you.
No problem.
Left clear. Correction, right clear, left clear. Nice traffic, Nordic, 5 Victor Delta, crossing runway 04 left. Nice. And then we will just continue on to Victor, so the first to the right then. Would be great if we could have used Alpha 3, but it is closed, so... The runway is not that long here in this either. Okay, we can go weather on my side, terrain on your, and we can see the cabin. Before takeoff checklist, flaps 5 plan 5 green, establishing 625 units set, cabin call given before takeoff complete. Okay, are we ready to go then? Whiskey 3 is right about here. Approach path looks clear, at least there is no aircraft inbound at the moment. And we haven't heard anything on advisory either. Good. Nice traffic, Nordic, 5 Victor Delta, landing up departing 04 right, Nice. And right clear, left clear. Okay then, are we ready? Looks like my red pills almost are.
Traffic air from 610, we are now turning from Bispo inbound for Diana 04 left, 10 miles total distance.
Okay. Take off. Stable, setting thrust. Take over reset. Checked.
V1. Rotate. Files are break.
Gear up. East traffic, Nordic 5 Victor Delta airborne passing 2200, please. Flaps 1, speed checked.
In traffic, I'm from 6210, now turning final for 04 left, 3 miles.
Alright, flaps 1, please, speed checked. Accidentally set it all the way up. Come on, A. Exit standard. Standard. And we can delete the dealer decline. Flying to Irmar, confirm, execute. Flaps up, speed checked. And after take a checklist. Engine blades on, packs auto, landing gear, up and off, flaps up, no light on altimeters, standard set cross check, we're passing flight level 7-2. Now, plus minus 0 after take checklist complete. Continue up to flight level 360. 360 set. Passing flight level 100. Pressurization is looking good. So schedule is 25, okay, landing 20 minutes behind schedule, so I think we'll increase that cost index to 40. Confirm, execute. Since you already exited the aircraft. Good, and we are stable on speed. It's a little bit turbulent because of the mountains down here, so wait a little bit with turning off those seatbelts. Good. Flying to Porto tomorrow. Sounds good, yes, but enjoy that. Then we're fine on the way back to Oslo. I got a little bit behind schedule, but that's fine. We're currently landing now 15 minutes behind. Minus another 10, we're currently expecting to be landing about 10 minutes behind schedule then, if I'm correct. It's not too bad, to be honest. Could have been much worse. Graduates, welcome back again. Nice. Hope you enjoyed it. Yeah, the flight is going quite good. A little bit behind schedule, but other than that, we are doing quite good. A little bit turbulent here at the moment, but that's also fine. Level landing 39, so it looks like we're going to be able to save a little bit up in general through the flight. There was quite some favorable weather conditions towards Nis, but the unfortunate thing is that it is not going to be very favorable on the way back. The headwind, well, thankfully at least a cross headwind, so that's good. What's our maximum altitude at the moment? Yeah, we can climb all the way to 390, but since we're going to be at an even level, so maximum 38. Let's see how it goes and see if we can, or if we're going to be climbing a little bit higher later on. They go passing flight to 200. Yes, that's all looking good, and again we can check on the temperature. That is looking quite well as well. 20 degrees in the flight deck, yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay, I just need to go for a few moments, so I'll be back shortly. Actually, first of all, we can turn off the seatbelts. Stable. There you go. Be back shortly. Okay, I'm back. There we go, we have a fuel master caution. That's the left center pump. That's both center pumps. Okay, good. Then that is all. Fine. So 39. Yeah. We fly for 15 minutes. Still landing a little bit behind schedule, but that's okay. I mean, this aircraft is flying to Stavanger, I think, after we are finished. So if you're not that late, that would be great for that cruise on comfort. Yeah, they're departing 15:05. Yeah. So we definitely want to hurry up a little bit for that, otherwise they will have quite a tight schedule, the next crew. Alright. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Yeah. Can't really do much with that. Yeah, pass flight to 300. Yeah, you can go in here. Yeah, all looking good. Yes, Stavanger indeed. So for the next cruise schedule, we do want to be landing either on time or ahead. Not later than 5 minutes behind, to be honest. And we're currently landing 15 behind, so that's nice. Yeah, let's see how this goes. Yes. Now, what now? We have approximately yeah, we will expect to be landing at 30 in Oslo, 12:30. Yeah, so we have 1 hour, 2 hours and 20 minutes to burn off. Or about 1 hour then, or sorry, 2 hours, because a little bit less than that, about 1 hour and 40 to 30 minutes ish, because of the approach briefing and the descent. I mean, I highly doubt we're going to be using 10 minutes even on that approach briefing, since it is Oslo after all. Like, there's quite a long time on the approach briefing into NIS, but it is not, we are doing a visual approach either, so yeah. So the question is, do we want to climb higher? We are able to climb to 380, and we are behind schedule, and we're expecting headwind. FNC says we'll say 4.2%, what? I think we will go up to flight level 380 to try to save a little bit of time here. So we can continue climbing up to flight level 380. 380 set, altitude event. 380, so 380 set 1, 2, 3. So hopefully we'll save a little bit of extra time with that. Yeah, it does depend though what schedule you are talking about, because at least for this one, They are expected, or they should be departing about 40 minutes after you're scheduled to land in Oslo. So that's why we want to be a bit quick. It isn't even 45 minutes, it's 40 minutes. That means if you're landing at 30, they will have about 35 minutes, so that's good enough. So that's already a little bit saved. We're excited for the Malaga to do tomorrow, yeah. It should be nice. We're flying quite a bit to Malaga this year. This is probably the third or fourth time we are flying down to Malaga already this year. It's insane. Yeah, I mean Malaga is a nice airport to fly to, so can't really complain too much about that. So I need to do a fuel check at 23. I can do a fuel check at the Godra. Wherever you are here. Godra. So there you go, Godra. Right after you passed into Swiss airspace. The Alps right in front of us. It's a beautiful view though. Not gonna lie. Take a screenshot. I mean, I rarely take screenshots, but the view is really good. I'll take a screenshot then. Where is that folder actually? So yeah, I rarely take any screenshots, but I mean we need to have some memories. Yeah. We also do a round trip Kirkenes as well. I mean that one is actually really nice to do. I really like flying up to Kirkenes, so we will definitely enjoy that. 1,000 ago. A bit tricky as well, especially now these days. Because of the GPS jamming from the Russians up in the northern Norway. Unfortunately, we don't have that simulated in the flight simulator. That would be really cool if it did. Yeah, that's a threat up there. That's something that they encounter quite often, even at Alta. In fact, we do still have a conventional navigation up there as well, so that's all fine. I think we are leveling off at 380. Good, and then we are, yeah, it isn't, it is Godra, we are going to conduct a fuel check, and that should be the next waypoint, isn't it? Yeah, Godra. This didn't really work. The other real downside of that picture is that we don't have the red nose. We do have the white livery today, so we don't have a red nose. That's a bit unfortunate. Yeah. And also the round to Gdansk as well. Yeah, we have a lot planned. I mean, that also is a really nice one, so we'll definitely enjoy that. Yes. Yes, we are inbound Godra now, 46 miles to go, so it's still a little while. I'm not there before 25, the clock is 18, 7 minutes. That's fine. No problems with that. Yeah, so GSX, so not GSX, but Self-Chicago was just updated. As actually same for GSX, that was also updated not too long ago. So I will just read through the changelog and see what actually have been changed. If I can find the changelog. There you go, changelog. Actually, I want to read for GSX first. What have been updated? Okay. Okay, there wasn't really anything significant. So it doesn't look like there's anything significant there, though. No. I mean, there have been some fixes indeed, but yeah, it isn't really anything like when it comes to, for example, the problems we have with the pushback, where we don't have the set parking brakes, for example. The pushback there is not fixed, but there's a few fixes there that I've already noticed, so that's nice. But there's still some problems there. For example, that we can't even hear the passengers for some strange reason. Not sure why. I mean, I set that volume to 100%, but I can't hear anything. That's a little bit interesting. So I'm not sure why that is, but can't really do much with that, unfortunately. That's fine. Fuel check is yeah, very shortly. Quentin, hello, welcome. Hope you are doing well. I hope I said it correctly. If I did not, really apologize for that. So please correct me if I didn't. Oh, you are from this? Oh, that's cool. Nice. Did I imagine you have flown out of that airport before? Yeah, exactly. It's a domestic airport. That's really cool, though. Really cool. That's really nice indeed. Not bad. No, we're landing 42. Just increased 3 minutes. Yeah, I'm from Norway. So the home country of Norwegian. Not far away from Oslo. So yeah. I'm Norwegian indeed. Okay, we'll do a fuel check at Godra. So 6.7. And we have 7 tons on board, so that's nice. 2.4 burned. We have 2.2, almost, yeah, I could just say 2.4. 2.4. And flight time 33, we've been flying for 30 minutes. Good. Of course I forgot to do review first. Good. And we've done that. Hello.
Hi, Captain. I was just wondering if you'd like a drink, maybe a tea or coffee, or a bottle of water.
Yeah, do you guys want anything to drink? Are there any requests? An hour 41. Pepsi Max, anything else? Tea? Anything else? No? Can we then please get one Pepsi Max and one tea, please?
Hi, Captain. I was just wondering if you'd like a
Again,
drink,
this is all of
maybe a
one of
tea
the
or
bugs.
coffee, or a bottle of water. No problem.
There you go.
I'll get it for you now.
Nice. Nice, yes, please. Oh, that's funny though. That's funny. Oh, nice. We can say that we do the next fuel check at around 1100. Make it a bit easier. 1101 at Masek, we can do that. We could also take 1056. We can probably take a fluid then at 56. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Your drinks are ready. They're in the storage area, so feel free to collect them whenever you're free.
Thank you.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah, I should have heard that indeed. That would be funny indeed. Nice. So yeah, again it was Lore. Yeah. Again, it is beautiful weather today. We are over. Yeah, we're still over Switzerland, so it's basically clear skies. And we have Germany ahead, clear skies there as well. And if that's no, this is not Munich. This is Stuttgart, but Stuttgart is online. I think actually Munich as well are. If I can just find Munich. I can't find Munich. Nuremberg. No, that's not Munich. Where is Munich? Why can't I find Munich? I found Frankfurt. What? Oh, there you go. There is Munich. The airport. Yeah, the airport is online. Tower control. That's nice. Yes. Okay, so the är scheduled at 22. What? Okay, they did the video did the part a bit earlier than us though, so I mean it makes sense. Still a little bit annoying. Yeah. So this is Nordic Pilot said, welcome, hope you are doing well. Good question, I can show it to you Let me just find it first.
Traffic is up 267, lining up signal 192, maybe forward.
So,
Swift 258 and 828.
so to find the barrow minimums, that does depend a little bit here and there. But in general, you will have the barrow minimums here. And then right on the side you have the radio minimums. So you're going to be using the barrow minimums for all approaches except for a Cat 2 and 3 approach, where you will be using the radio minimums. But yeah, they should be right here, and it does depend, because here is the decision altitude decision height, but here is an MDA minimum descent altitude. So when you have an MDA like this here at 1020, then you need to have a correction on top, because you're not allowed to descend past 1020. So normally 7% operators will have about 40 feet extra, so that's going to be 1060 then on the MDA. Most it takes about 14 feet to arrest the descent and then start climbing again for the go around. So yeah, that's how we found it. So we found it under here, but it generally should be put in the on the bottom of the charts. And then of course the required RVR below for the different minimums and for the different categories here. So yeah, that's basically how we will find it. And just ask any further questions if I was unclear or anything, or if you have any other questions about it. Yes, so then for Gardermoen it's going to be then, or in this case that is runway 1 on the right, is going to be 876 on the barrow, yes. Skydrift, if you just, like I said earlier, if you have that as a remark in the, when you're following the flight plan, they at least can know that it is your first time. So then they may adapt a little bit to that. Like for example, many controllers may speak quite fast, so maybe they will slow down a little bit and have a general understanding that it is your first time and so on. So it does depend, like there is an expectation that you are going to understand at least the basics of how to do things and so on. But yeah, it does depend on the situation though, but yeah, they will normally help indeed. But again, it does depend from the controller and the situation you are in. You're welcome, 77, you're welcome.
Which departure do you have for Edelweiss? Okay, thank you, and turn the vlog. That's it.
Okay, good.
Zurich traffic, Swiss 238, taking off runway 28, take a 3 minutes departure.
I'm still landing 42. It's a bit annoying. I mean, we have the headwind we were expecting though, so not really surprising either. And the fuel goes at Lucre. I still a little while before we are over there.
Zurich traffic, Swiss 238, as on passing 3,300 feet. flying out of the next frequency.
Okay. Still landing 42. That's still a bit annoying. Oi. Aircraft. Och vi har flytt 2 flights for this aircraft i November Golf Delta. November India Lima 43? What? Can't be right. Nice. I found quite a bit with November India Lima then. Not bad. Skydrift, yes, I heard about the London controller indeed. Yeah, I have. Yeah, that's looking all good, and we're turning again. That's also nice. Yeah, I can agree with you, Skydrift. He's good. He's a really good air traffic controller indeed. He is. I can't really remember that he have been controlling when I've been flying around. I might be wrong though. Oh yeah. Yeah, what stand are we expecting though? So that's what we can check. Stand we are expecting. Stand 72. It's always those stands. Always parking at the north pier. It's quite rare that we're parking on the east or west. Always the north. Ah yeah. That's fine. Jag är going to be passing Harren before Lore. Yeah. At least we have Copenhagen control. So basic over there, Mark. Let's see how long he's gonna be online. Yeah, we'll find out. Hopefully, at least until we have passed this airspace, but it is still a while until we're flying over there. So yeah, we'll wait and see. And we can also just check on the weather conditions in Oslo now. Yeah, winds 15711, variable 120, 18, 16 degrees. Okay, yeah, it's looking good. There's nothing really yeah, there's nothing really to complain about the weather in Oslo, except that it is a variable wind, but that's fine. Not really expecting that to be causing any problems, nevertheless. But yeah. Skydive, yeah, maybe it's. I don't really know. And one thing that I actually can do is I have a few flight hours I need to calculate here. Actually, twice. I just delayed my calculations there. I mean, at least I can do that. That's something to do. Just need to make sure that we actually have control over what the aircraft is doing. Still looking fine at least. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Would you like some food?
Yeah, do you guys want anything or any snacks or anything? Gosh, this character was big on the iPad. Oi, oi, oi. Whoa. I didn't expect it to be that big. 7. 28.54. Chips? Do you want what was the alternatives again? It was what it is. This is one with salt. Let me check here. It is yeah, it is chips, dilly pickle or sea salt. What? Dilly pickle? At least either sea salt or dilly pickle, so you can choose between. Sea salt. Okay. Can we please get one chips with sea salt back in front here, not back here?
Of course. Just give me a couple of minutes and I'll bring it for you.
Thank you. Oh, 1086 minutes, sorry. That's quite a bit. How much is that in minutes? Hello.
Hi, Captain. Your food is ready, please. I put it in the galley so you can grab it whenever you're available.
Thank you.
No problem.
There you go, your chips is ready in the galley. Need to collect it yourself though. Yeah, it isn't that long to get to the galley, so that's that should be fine. Cost 1086. 1086. That's 18.1 hours. Woohoo! That's quite a bit. But 18.1, that means it is going to be... of course, I think it is 1.6 per minute. So that's going to be 18 hours and 1 minute. We got the chips, wonderful. Yeah, that's gonna be 10, of course, yeah. So 10, so 1.6 times 5 is what a plus equal to 8. 1.6 times 7 is 11. That rhymed as well. Yeah, so it is going to be 6 minutes then. I hope. Plus 10. Yeah, that should be right. That's 17. So 18 plus 17 is quite a bit. 35.6 hours. So 35. It's gonna be 35 to 6 then. 35 hours and 6 minutes. (2020-21) plus 2020 21. Yeah, so that's 2055 hours and 27 minutes. Again, quite a bit. 2055 27. And then we have another one to calculate as well. Yeah. Yeah. So we'll get some lunch before that. Yeah, in Montlure, so we need to be doing that fuel check before I can grab the food. So how much fuel are we expecting? 5.5? We'll have 5.9, yeah, we have plenty of fuel on board. So that is good. So expecting about 300 kilograms plus with the fuel. How was we looking on the last fuel check? Yeah, that was also 300 plus, so that is looking quite promising to be staying at that level. And we have a direct headwind as well. Yeah. Again, I don't think we're going to be able to go to flight level 400. It takes about 10 minutes per 100 feet. So, expecting another 50 minutes before we potentially climb to flight level 400. And the clock is 54, expecting to descend at 05. So, it doesn't look like it is going to be benefiting us than climbing up. Yes, got it. To be honest, yeah, I do actually also like the two white aircraft that Norwegian actually have. It is little bit different, but it's still something iconic flying the red nose, with the red nose. So, still prefer the standard livery over this one, but it is a bit nice as well to fly with the all white liveries with Norwegian. It is. One of my favorites is still the Yankee Juliet. Not quite sure what that aircraft is. I haven't seen that for a long time. There was that aircraft with the blue and the winglets and the blue engine cowling. It's really cool. Okay, so fuel check 5.5. We have 5.9. That's 400 above. 3.6 burn. We have burned to 3.4. Flight time 14. We'll be flying 1 hour 4 minutes. We'll be flying 1 hour 2 minutes. 102. Good. So then that fuel check is done, and then we can look at the next waypoint. Then and where? So at 35 at the Rakslu then. So then we have a Rakslu ready. Yes. Okay, good. Then I'm just going to grab some lunch, so I'll be back shortly. Okay. I'm back. Okay, we're inbound Masek. Okay. We're still landing 42, so still landing behind schedule with about that is going to be 17 minutes. Nice. I feel a bit bad for the crew. Or actually, we're going to be landing 7 minutes behind because we could expect 10 minutes savings on the star. Maybe perhaps we could also do the RMP approach if also to save even more time. I've got tower on that as well. Nice. That is also good. So we'll wait and see what we will do. Again, we also do have the RMP echo available for us. For one on the left or right to save a little bit extra time. It does depend on traffic though. I think we most likely go with one of those if traffic permits to save a little bit of time there. Which waypoint was it again? Oslo, okay, yeah. Got to wander a little bit there. So I'm doing that at Oslo. Skydive, yeah, you are partially right. But the thing is that they do have 177 still, but that's a medevac aircraft, so they're not really operating. They're operating on behalf of the Norwegian Armed Forces. So yeah, they still actually have an aircraft, but again, it is the medevac. So yeah. And they're not really operated by them either, or it is operated by them on behalf. So yeah, they are operating it, but quite rarely. Or actually, not really sure how often they actually fly that aircraft around. Don't really see it that much. I think that they are the ones that actually does the maintenance and the flying part. I think so. I'm actually not sure. I mean, there is SES pilots flying and the technicians, but other than that, again, I don't. Yeah. Again, they don't really fly it on scheduled flight. That's the point. So, yeah, they don't really use the 737 anymore. That's correct. Yes. I do wonder a little bit about why SES chose this Dash 700 for that operation. Because if you think about it, the 800 does have a larger cabin, so that means more space. But I imagine the reason they did use the Dash 700 is because its size. Because they'd want to have space for that aircraft at the airport they're flying to, so I imagine it's because of that. And if I'm correct, the Dash 700 should also probably have a little bit longer range as well. I'm not sure. We can actually just speculate on that. Well, there's probably a good reason behind that decision, nevertheless. Yeah, when we're landing, we are landing at 33. Need to subtract 10 minutes out. 32, 33-ish. We need to subtract the 10 minutes that we could expect on a shortcut. Ish. 7 to 8, 10 minutes, does depend a little bit. And also, if you're doing the RMP approach, the RMP Echo approach into Gardermoen, that means we will also probably save even more time. But again, it does all depend on the traffic into Gardermoen, if it is busy or not. So just wait to see. We're still landing behind schedule, nevertheless, we can't really catch up with that. Unfortunately. Yeah, again, we'll just wait to see what it ends up with. I mean, if we could do the RMP Echo, that would be wonderful, just because of the delay we currently have. So yeah. a bit unfortunate that we don't have an ATC online. And we don't really have anything to listen to. That would be nice. We hear the engine sounds. I'd advise the frequency, of course, but it isn't much really happening there, nevertheless. Oh, 787. What a coincidence. But Kömringen is still online, so that is nice. And we'll just hope that he is actually online when we are landing. Also, when we're flying over Denmark. It's 13 hours, and we can say it's 13.12, 116667. We'll probably round it up to 12 then. Why not? No point in rounding it down, is it? So 13.12. Yeah. Yeah, that's 8 minutes. Wait. "13 hours and 8 minutes. And then it's just hours left then. Where have we been flying for the last month or two? It is a lot of 2-hour flights here. Yeah, 24 hours, basically one day. Nice. Plus 24, 37 hours and 8 minutes. Sorry, 08. 20, 55, 27, 20, 55, 27. 3708, 20, 55, 27. That's 2092 hours and 35 minutes. Where is the pen? There is the pen. So 2000 and 92 hours and 35 minutes. Good. Then we have done that. So total scheduled flight time wise on basically all aircraft types I've flown is 2092 total hours. Only 737 is about 1100, so basically have 1,000 hours on experience on different aircraft types, but the majority is on the 737. That's for sure. That's nice. Not bad. I see beautiful weather over Germany at least. There is yeah, nothing really to complain about. Beautiful. I really hope the weather yeah, I mean, I don't really think the weather is going to be worsening in Oslo for the next hour or two. No, not an hour or two. We are starting our descent at 12:05 and the clock is 11:17, so we're closing in. So at now it is 06. Thank you. Wind. Yeah, we have a 37 knot, 45 degree left 45 degree headwind. Nice. Yeah, it's gonna be if the clock is then 20, it is gonna be 45 minutes-ish until the descent. And soon about an hour until landing. Again, unless though we do the RMP AR approaches into Gardermoen, and that will save us quite a bit of time. But it also depends on the traffic into Gardermoen. So how does yeah, there's 7 arrivals at the moment. I think most of them are landing a bit before us. Yeah, we have one ahead of us there from Paris, and another one. Yeah, it looks like most of them are landing quite a bit earlier than us actually, so that is not too bad. You can also check here arriving aircraft. So we have from Pisa that's landing now. That is Thomas, isn't it? And then from Bergen, landing in 13 minutes, from Paris landing in 42 minutes, and then us landing in 1 hour and 3 minutes. And then we have from Gatwick, Budapest, and Barcelona, and they're all departing. So we are last in queue at the moment, with a nice separation between all the landing aircraft ahead of us, so that is good to see. That means it looks like we may be able to do the RMP approach into Gardermoen. Just need to find out what runway we should expect. I mean, for a taxi wise, spawn on the right will be preferable, but we're coming from the east. But I think in Oslo, if traffic permits, they will optimize the landing runway for the stand you're parking at. I'm actually not really sure. I've never really seen anything about it at the briefing material for Gardermoen, so don't really know. Where is that again? At least currently the landing aircraft from Paris is in the middle of Danish airspace. That's good. So I think we could most likely expect the runway we want. Yeah. There wasn't anything else we got to look through for this flight, was it? At least I can't remember anything. Oh. Okay, so how are we looking on the altitude as well? Yeah, we can actually soon climb to 400 if we want to. Need to be a 406, correction 407. The thing is, we need to be flying there for a minimum of 15 minutes for it to actually be sustainable for us. So yeah. Ganska drift, of course, yeah. I heard about it across the pond, but it's not on MSFS though, it is on WhatsApp. So you can use all simulators for that. Yeah, indeed. It was last weekend. So yes, indeed. I actually never attended it, but I mean, in general, you need to actually book a slot. And as well, I'm just flying Norwegian on the 737. I don't really fly much long haul, so. Oh yeah. I mean, the good thing is that we at least can utilize all the ATC that's available for us. The downside is that we may expect delays because of it, and there were a few events going on that day. Not just because of across the pond, but also because of the event in Oslo with Watsim and so on. So there was a lot of ATC online, and even more pilots. So we were delayed on that Molde flight with about half an hour. Because of ATC and also because the inbound crew was delayed, so got the aircraft a bit later than expected. Yeah, I think that it is slots available for the 1,000 pilots, but you can also fly along nevertheless, but you will not be prioritized if you don't have a slot. That's the thing. But yeah, it was probably about 2,000 pilots because it was packed with aircraft over the North Atlantic. Insane. Oh yeah, I mean, it looks like a lot of fun. It is quite rare that they will have ATC online over the North Atlantic. So yeah. On the Norwegian Aviation, welcome back. Oh, it's very windy in Oslo. I mean, that would make sense because of the good weather. Yeah. We won't go around already. It's good. Fly with AMD Neo as well. But yeah, what mode do you have the turbulence on? Do you have it on low, medium, or realistic? Because that could most likely explain it. Because at least in my case, if I have it on medium or realistic, my aircraft can't even fly the approach. The autopilot can't handle all the turbulence. Yeah. So if it is unrealistically turbulent, then yeah. I mean, it probably is a little bit windy indeed today, but I don't really think that it is that bad. I don't know. But like if you see that the autopilot struggles with flying the approach, then I would recommend to actually lower that. It's a problem on my side, at least, especially in the Guided 1. It is really annoying. So yeah. Looks like another aircraft there just went around in Oslo as well. Ah, I know why. That is not because of the wind. That is because of the departing aircraft. No, maybe not. No, it is not. Sorry, my fault. I just saw that same aircraft double up. So yeah, it is probably a bit windy in Oslo. So yeah. But I mean, in general, also experience is that it is quite windy in Oslo if the weather is good. Especially if it is a high pressure, then the winds can be quite strong in Oslo. No, Norwegian, sorry, it was my fault. Again, I have both the Levatex and the VATSIM traffic on, and if one aircraft is on both platforms, then it is shown double up, and the VATSIM one is always a bit delayed. So yeah. So I just saw the same aircraft double up. Yeah, indeed, it is really good weather, it is. And the downside is the winds. So yeah, that's fine. We can survive a little bit of wind, can't we? Oh, yeah. So 30 miles until the fuel check. We're conducting about 25. Yeah. So hello.
Hi, Captain. Just checking to see if everything is okay.
Yes, everything is fine here, thank you.
Great. Give me a call if you need anything else.
Of course. 350 miles until top of descent, and we're still landing at, starting at 12:05, so it is about 30 minutes soon, so we'll call the cabin shortly. Is it simulate the time correctly? I mean, it should be. Maybe a little bit behind because of some freezes we had, but yeah, let's see. Yeah, the simulator is a little bit behind. The clock is now 34, so just update, so at least up to date. That's something that would be great if the live traffic, also the live weather, could do by itself, update the time, make sure that it's actually up to date. That would be fantastic if it did. Fortunately, it doesn't. Yes, going to conduct a fuel check now shortly. Oh. That's Copenhagen. We'll do the fuel check first. Okay, so fuel check at Roxlu. 4.1 in the tanks. We currently have 4.5. 5 tons burned. We have burned about 4.8. 1 hour 44, we've been flying for 1 hour 41. Good. And then it is Copenhagen of 136. 485. 136. 485.
Mm, 5,000 feet, QNH 1021, 122 left.
Copenhagen Control, god dag, Nordic 5 Victor Delta at flight level 380.
Nordic 5 Victor Delta, hello, squawk 7441.
7441 Nordic 5 Victor Delta.
Eurowings 102, maintain present heading, descend 3,000 feet.
7441.
3,000 feet, Eurowings 102.
I wish I got so many to see today. Not bad.
Lufthansa 825, request push and stop, please.
Lufthansa 825, push and start approved, QNH is 1021.
QNH 1021, push and start approved, Lufthansa 825.
Sky travel 315, wind 170 degrees 10 knots, 22 right, clear for takeoff.
Right, so take off, thank you, straight off, Emirates 30 Tango, runway 22 left, line up and wait.
2 left, line up and wait, and make 3 left.
Was the score correct? Since we never just not heard anything from the controller. If I remember correctly, he said 7441.
Eurowings 102, fly heading 340.
Flight heading 340, unit 202.
Air China 5894, descend to 3000 feet.
Descend 370, Air China 5.
Yeah, we'll do the. I can give the cabin crew the call now. Got that.
Hello Copenhagen, it's steering for Lima Delta, direct.
Yes, hello, just let you know this is up to 30 minutes till descent.
090, passing flight level 190.
I'll bring the drink service
Wing 4 Lima Delta, hello, identified.
Okay, no problem.
Flight heading 010, expect ILS to left.
Right wing 010, expect elastic to left, steering for Lima Delta.
Emirates 30 Tango, super, wind 170 degrees 10 knots, runway 22 left, clear of takeoff.
Super.
After takeoff on the runway to the left, runway 30.
To the left. To the left.
Sky travel 315 identified, time level 190, direct Mikos.
I imagine it's because this is the A380. Maybe they don't have space to depart from to the right. They're required to use to the left. I don't know. Not really flown that A380, so
A1 ready for push and stop.
in general flown an A380.
Canadian 681, push and start approved, QNH 1021.
Maybe we should just say our call sign to make sure that we actually are identified. Still haven't heard anything from the controller.
Etihad 32 Tango, hello, clear to the
Finally landed. Wonderful, Norwegian.
9 Charlie,
Wonderful.
runway 22 right, squawk 1156.
Yeah, we still got identified, and that's not good.
Etihad 32 Tango, respect correct.
This is steering for Lima Delta, is there any possibility to continue visual?
A-firm 10 left by 10 degrees, descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1021. Eurowings 102, turn left heading 250, clear ILS 22 left.
Correct. 250, clear for IS, runway 2 left, runway 202.
Nordic 6 Charlie Mike, turn left heading 130.
Hey, 6 Charlie Mike, that's all das. Vi ser fan viktigt detta.
Moving 4 Lima Delta, flyer heading 360.
I've actually forgotten what happened.
QNH 1021.
Yeah, around to Milano, so from Oslo, it's a really nice flight. With 3 airports Norwegian flying to as well if you fly with Norwegian, so. Yeah, 2 different options, just to Milan.
Emirates 30 Tango, identified, time level 190. Bird 780 Fox.
I think we just confirm that you actually identified or not.
When you come on the 8 first, bird 780 Fox, very much fine.
Lufthansa 6 Kilo, monitor advisory, bye-bye.
Yeah, maybe it's coming to us now.
Advisory 6 Kilo, fine.
Or maybe not.
Air China 5894, turn left heading 270.
No. We are on 136485. Överräkningskontroll. But we have still not received the All that actually are identified.
Euro Wings 4 Lima Delta, maintain present heading and report when you have the seals inside.
Continue present heading and report when we have the field inside, Euro 4 Lima Delta.
Nordic 5 Victor Delta.
Go.
Just to confirm that you are identified, 5 Victor Delta.
Yes, you are identified, thank you. Yeah,
Captain, I can control. Good estimator, Nordic 71 Papa Zulu 360 inbound limit.
With China 5894, left turn heading 250, clear
So at least we are identified. Wonderful.
Heading 250, clear ILS 22 left.
Always good to be sure about that.
Nordic 6 Charlie Mike, descend 3000 feet.
Lufthansa 825, request taxi.
Lufthansa 825, taxi holding point 22 right, via Romeo, Yankee, Foxtrot and Alpha, cross runway 0.
Taxi to holding point runway 22 right via Romeo, Yankee, Foxtrot and Alpha, cross
Okay, looks like we
runway
just have 1-8 for Gardermoen. So that is going to be...
Nordic 71 Papa Zulu, allow squawk 4677.
4677 going to box to 71 Papa Zulu.
Yeah.
During 4 Lima Delta.
That's gonna need to departure 8 this then.
Copy, stand by. First, Nordic 6 Charlie Mike, turn right heading 180, clear RLS 22 left. Euro Wings 102, wind is 150.
Oh, we actually don't have any bit clouds over Norway. Or actually, no, we're still over Denmark. I think it is going to be closer to Sweden actually. Because it's the top of Denmark, and we have Sweden over here. We can already see Sweden, of course. But it can't see Norway yet.
Advisory for American 0 Tango South.
It's a bit too far south.
Ryanair 9, Chair Yankee, also
Actually, when we're looking straight forward, nevertheless, we should be looking at Sweden. We're going to be flying over Sweden before we are starting our descent, and then flying over I think it's going to be over Fredrikstad. We're crossing the border at Halden, sorry. We're crossing over Halden, and then flying in Oslo.
Very nice day, Eurowings Alpha at Copenhagen. Do you also receive PDC clearance?
Sometimes it's a bit buggy, but you can try it.
So it's via Echo Kilo Charlie Hotel or via Echo Kilo Delta Kilo?
Try either one and tell me how and the success.
Okay.
Good morning. Can I need a one other more position to minor
To Oslo.
Scandinavian 1904, hello, cleared to Gardermoen via Intet to Alpha, runway 27.
Yes, the good old
4621.
Intet departure out of Billund. Intet to Alpha and Intet to Bravo. Nice.
Scandinavian 1904, read back correct.
Good off your flight, FedEx is higher.
Skytrim 315, climb table 320.
Yeah, still a bit of time before we're going to start our briefing. We'll start preparing.
Nordic 9, Juliet Lima, clear to Amsterdam via Langbo 2 Charlie, runway 2 to right, squawk 2240.
I wonder if actually going to be assigned a MAX aircraft this weekend. It is a possibility.
Is that correct?
I can check. There is a MAX aircraft currently flying in and out of Oslo. At least one. I think it may be two as well.
This is Eurowings 4 Lima Delta again. Can we proceed the visual?
Eurowings 4 Lima Delta, A firm, cleared visual approach 22 left. You have 2 airplanes in front of you on time.
Get visual 22 left, 2 airplanes in front of you on final, and gearing 40 with that. Thank you.
Lufthansa 825, wind 150 degrees, 9 knots, 22 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway 22 right, clear to take off. Lufthansa 825.
No, at least tomorrow it is going to be with NG. That's tomorrow.
Nordic 1610, monitor advisory, bye-bye.
And if you're expecting Berlin on Saturday, on the 3rd of May.
Also Sterling 417, monitor advisory.
Sterling! Whoa. Long time since I actually heard that call sign. Sterling.
You too. Nordic 5, Victor Delta, you can switch to advisory as well, bye-bye.
Advisory, Nordic 5, Victor Delta, bye-bye. There you go. As it's going to be the 800 as well if it is to Berlin. And of course we have Alicante on Sunday. I think the most likely to receive the MAX aircraft on the flights down to Southern Europe, like the Alicante. No, it's going to be the NG. It looks like it'll be the NG throughout the day as well. But why is this one highlighted in yellow? The one from... yeah, that's probably to make sure that it is actually not Gardermoen they're talking about, it is Sandefjord. Torp. Make sure that no one confuses those. I mean, the ticket price down to Alicante was actually not that bad. Less than 700 kroner. Compared to Oslo, it's... oh, haha. With one stop from Gardermoen with a one stopper in Helsinki. What? 6 hours and 40 minutes. That flight is actually sold out. So I imagine that it's going to be the flight to Alicante from Helsinki. I don't really think it's going to be the flight from Oslo to Helsinki. It could be. I don't really know. Should see if you can listen to the 80s. So 127, 155. Is that what it should be? 127, 155. I still hate that Oslo changed their frequencies.
Temperature 17, 2.6. Acknowledge information mic on first contact.
Okay, so we have information mic at least. Yeah.
Oslo Gardermoen information mic. Con 1. 120 Zulu. Expect ILS for RMD approach. Runway 19 left and 19 right at you. Transmission level 85. For clearance and startup, contact tower 118.305. Met report. Wind 180 degrees 13 knots. At OK. QNH 1013.
I stand the pressure in Oslo, what?
2.6. Acknowledge information mic on first contact.
So it's 1013 is the standard pressure in Oslo, not bad. So I could expect RMP, ILS RMP approach, so that means you could expect the RMP echo then for 19er, 19er, right or left. Actually, is that Budapest aircraft? Suppose there is an aircraft right behind us. That is a flight from Rome. Why didn't I see that? Looks like it's flown with a 727 as well. Oh, that's actually really cool. So yeah, but I think we should prepare for. There's someone landing ahead of us at least. So that means we can prepare for the RMP approach to save some time. Do we have an estimated landing runway? Yeah, 19 right. Exactly what you could expect. So the RMP Echo for 19 right for ADGL execute. That should be 192. 192. Yeah, we are not doing the ILS. Forget that. Actually, we can set the ILS on standby. What's the frequency at 1113? So then at least we have you on standby in case we need to switch over because of some unknown reason. Hello.
Sorry to bother you, Captain. I was just wondering if you'd like a drink.
You guys want anything to drink? Any... Yeah, anything in general. Or like in general from the menu, of course. Can't be disturbed anything we don't have on board. So anything before we're doing the brief? Change this to the... Where is one on the right? There we go. RMP Echo via Agder. Then we can pin the charts for the ILS in case that will be needed. The ILS localizer for one on the right. There you go. So now that is the correct chart. So RMP accuracy 0.3 with a climb gradient 5%, 964 on the decision height. Not even an MDA. That's even that's a bit strange. You want water? Is there anything else? Anything? Any more? Anything? General? No? Okay, can we please get one water then?
Of course, just give me a couple of minutes and I'll bring it to you.
Thank you. Yeah. So the fixings before I forget. Runway 19 right is going to be 4, 6 and 10. 4, 6, 10. And we can do the landing calculation. Landing en route, guided mode 1 right 5%. Runway should be dry. Hello.
Hi, Captain. I've made your drink. So waiting for you in the galley area.
Thank you.
No problem.
So winds of 190 at 14. Yeah, the winds have increased quite a bit. This is straight headwind. 17 degrees centigrade. And the QNH is 1013 at standard pressure. Flap 30, idle reverse. There you go, 1 ton. So we can take 59.3 then. We can probably expect to save a little bit of fuel en route first before landing. Because of some directs and so on. And we can calculate with a little bit heavier aircraft. We could be using normal reverse thrust with still a bit heavy. So 139 on the VRF. Flaps 30. 139 wing correction 7. Good. So glide path is going to be at 30 degrees. So just going to check that. Yeah, glide path 3 degrees. Down there, wonderful. And we already, yeah, we still have 1. That's fine. significant, for now at least. The windows are set, courses are set, and I think we are ready for the briefing. So then are we ready for the approach briefing. I think we'll calculate with the entire start just because in case we need to change over to the ILS, so then at least that star is briefed. So to be on the safe side. Okay then, for the approach briefing. We can start off with the star of course, so expected to Lunip for Mike Carroll. This is on chart 10-2 Juliet, effective 20th of March 25. So we will start the star at Lunip, maximum 250 knots, continue to DDAX, maximum 250. Golf Mike 447, maximum 250, below flight level 120. Golf Mike 426, maximum 250 at 90. Then 42, maximum 220. Same like maximum speed as well, 220, but fall through 423, 424, 425 and 453. Before turning to Titla, initial approach fix maximum 220 above 5000. MSA 3900 feet, maximum 250 knots unless otherwise instructed, and we do not have any threats for our arrival today. So for the approach itself, we do expect the RMP Echo AR approach in for 1 on the right, chart 12-33, effective 20th of March 25. So we are expecting at some point direct to the initial approach fix Agder, so we will not fly the entire star. Agder maximum 200 knots above 5000. Continue to Golf Mike 633 initial fix 4000. Golf Mike 634 maximum 210. 562 and then runway 1 on the right. It's going to be a minimum 162 4 local miles from the threshold. It is going to be a standard 3-degree glide, minimums at 964 feet with a minimum climb gradient of 5% with an RMP accuracy of 0.3 nautical miles. Yes, transition level 85 for the mist. If you need to go around, we will climb to Golf Mike 995, turn right to or on 2 to 3 degrees, climb to 5000 to Golf Mike 996. Turn right, select the carbon VR for a new approach. Expect vectoring by Oslo approach. So, because this is an RMP AR approach, authorization required, that means we do have some extra procedures we may or that we have to think about. So we will do 2 altitude checks through the arrival. We should be above 5000 feet at Agder, and at I think we can take at the final approach point 562. So right before landing, basically at about 3.4, should be at 1800 feet. Because at 634 we should be at 3004, but we could also be above. So we will take it at 562 because then we are already on the glide path. Maximum deviation there is going to be 75 feet. Before we're turning into Agder, we need to make sure that the RMP accuracy is set to 0.3 nautical miles in the FMC. If not, we set that manually. The lateral cosmic error is maximum of 0.15 miles, so half of 0.3 then. If there's any deviations on that, of course, we need to then conduct a missed approach procedure, or conduct a missed approach. Yeah. So if there of course are anything happening with the aircraft, any down operations in the navigation systems, or any failure occurs, we will of course just go around, look into the situation of course, and decide further actions after that. So if you're not happy with how the aircraft flies the approach, of course we also will just go around for that. We also do have the ILS available, so of course then most likely going to return back on the ILS instead of the RMP. Other than that, I don't really think there is anything else to say, like for the specific approach at least. Again, just remember the 2 altitude checks at Agder at 3000 above and 562 at 1800, and make sure that the progress page is set correctly before landing. So other than that, flaps 30 for landing today, with a BRF of 139 knots, wind connection of 7, so finally it's going to be 146, with manual braking and full reverse thrust. For the approach correction for the airport charts, 10-9, effective 20th of March 25, landing 1 on the right, on the way of Alpha 5, taxi hotel to stand 72. Or Alpha 4 is also available, of course, so then it's going to be Kiev November, hotel stand 72. No hotspots, tax restrictions, and not times for Gardermoen today. The weather is looking really good, nothing outstanding there. Maybe a little bit windy, but at least it's going to be a straight headwind. And the runway condition as well is dry, so nothing outstanding there either. So yeah, that should basically be it. Are there any questions? Probably not. Now approach briefing is complete. Descent checklist. Pressurization landing altitude set to 7 feet. Recall checked. Auto brake off. Landing data 159, 964 feet. Approach briefing completed. Descent checklist is complete. When we're ready, we can descend down to flight level 210. 210 set. So then we are ready for descent. But it'll be a fairly steep descent as well, since we have such a high cost index. That's fine. Just make sure that they don't change our stand, because they've done that before. Expecting one stand for landing, and we actually landed, they changed to the stand on the other side of the airport, so that's nice. It could probably be because of some delays with a certain aircraft or something. I mean, it is understandable. Yeah, the 727 is right behind us. If it is a 727 though. It is looks like a 727. It says 72 at least. Let me just check. Fly Italy. On the aircraft type. It is 728 Victor. What in the world does that mean? Yeah, so again, 728 D should probably be 727. Since it says B72 in the start. Sounds like a 727 to me at least. Virtual airline as well, so it's nice. You can probably expect a direct to Agnil before then, because we have the speed restrictions, so then we can disregard that speed restriction and fly a bit faster and land even earlier. So that means we expect to be landing at exactly 30, so we save approximately another 2 to 3 minutes by doing the RMP instead of the ILS, so that is nice. So we are landing just 5 minutes behind schedule, so we have managed to save quite a bit. We're saving 13 minutes by doing that approach. Quite a bit. And there we go, we are now starting our descent. So we should be landing in about 25 minutes. The aircraft's always a little bit excessive with this initial descent. Always descend a little bit below profile. Yeah, that's fine. So again, it's 25 minutes to landing. Should be landing 30, the clock is 06, so actually 24 minutes. But yeah. 25 minutes, and the weather in Gardermoen is looking really good. Nothing. A little bit windy with some winds from the south. 17 degrees centigrade. It'll be raining tonight. Oh, it's gusting tomorrow. No. Oh yeah. Mine damer og herrer, dette er kaptein snakker. Som dere kanskje lagt merke til, så nå beveger vi oss ned mot Oslo Gardermoen, og vi er forventet til å lande om rundt ca. 25 minutter. Været i Oslo for øyeblikket, det ser det ganske så bra ut, med en del vind fra sør. Utenom det 17 grader, og jeg ser som det skal være nesten skyfrivel. Ellers vi har hatt en veldig fin flytur med Norwegian. Vi takker til å fly med oss. Vi håper vi ser dere med dette flytur, og så ønsker vi en fin dag videre. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain speaking. As you may notice, we've now gone over this and down towards Oslo Gardermoen, and we are expecting to land in approximately 25 minutes. The weather in Oslo at the moment is looking quite good. We have a little bit of wind from the south. Other than that, 17 degrees centigrade and almost clear skies. Otherwise, we hope that you enjoyed this flight with Norwegian. We thank you for choosing us. We hope to see you again on the next flight, and we wish you a pleasant day. Thank you. $65 knots of wind. Now that was a bit stronger than I expected. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we need to do that direct quite shortly, otherwise we'll need to just follow the speed restrictions. And we don't want to do that. And we do have when we're landing now with the RMP approach, we actually do a favor for the other aircraft behind. He can maybe save up some time as well. It's always great to be the aircraft that is actually coming in first, because then you have the most options, because you're not limited to any traffic. I mean, you may also need to expedite everything because of that other traffic, so yeah. And we are passing flight level 300. Yeah, that's looking all good. Before to think we have that we had the Oslo approach online, but it was just the Flesland approach. That's not really quite more. So yeah, we are expecting a direct to Agnin fairly shortly. The thing is that when we're doing the direct now, we're going to be probably a bit low on profile. But that's fine. Okay. So the Adgel is it? Why did I say Agnin? Agdel. The Adgel. Agdel. Confirm. Execute. Oh, actually, right on profile. Ah, nice. So at Agdel is maximum 200, correction 220. And at 634 is maximum 210. I don't think we're going to be flying at 210 knots at that 634 there. But I was away from the runway is actually at waypoint. Now it will be wonderful to have the overriding on the throttle, but since it disconnects on departure all the time, then yeah, should go to FMC speed. At least if the speed continues to decrease like this. Okay, the FMC says now we're landing at 30. Good. Yeah, so 1684 is about 8.5 miles. Yeah, so we're not going to be flying at 210. We're going to be flying at 180, maybe even closer to 160. Let's see. Actually, we're accelerating on the speed here. That's good. Even though it is very slow. Okay, we can continue to descend down to flight level 120. 120 set. So expecting stand 72. We should be landing at 12:30. Not 50. 30. 12:30, confirm, and it's gonna be stand 72. 72. Oh, that 727 is at the same flight level as us. It's right behind us. They got past Oslo to 200. Don't really need this anymore. Is GSX still disabled? I think I still disabled GSX up at this level. Yeah, I have. I need to fix that. Reselect the stand. Of course we need to do this. It looks like we also have now 2 aircraft coming in from Bergen, but they haven't departed yet, so that's good. What's this aircraft? An aircraft closing in. He's climbing at least, that's for sure. He's climbing really quickly. Also, that's hundreds of feet, I think. And now it's above us. It's 20 miles out. Yeah, don't really expect that to be causing a conflict, nevertheless. I need to give it a 15-minute go. Continue down to flight level 100 sets. And the means approach altitude for this is 5,000 feet. Yes. Yeah, the Italian, or the 727 at least, Fly Italia or something, Fly Italy I think it is about 2,500 feet above us. Almost managed to catch up with the speed, so that's also good. The QNH is still 13. I should have a weather update available in 3 minutes, so we'll wait for that. Latest at the moment it should be 1013. Okay, we can continue down to 5,000 feet. 5,000 set QNH 1013. Set approach checklist. QNH 1013 set cross checked. We're passing through flight level 109. Now, plus minus 0 approach checklist is complete. There you go, and we are decelerating. Yeah, we're actually right on the energy here. Maybe like a knot above, but we're doing quite good on energy at least, so that is good to see. Accelerating nicely. So yeah, you can set the Gardermoen Tower on standby. 418305. There you go, 418305. There you go, pass through flight level 100. Hello.
Hi, Captain. Everything is secured ready for landing.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yes, that's all looking good. Yeah, okay, we're over here. Yeah, we still have the 50 meter. And apologies for the little problem with my pedals. Go speed into vent and maintain 250 knots. Focus 22, so we should expect the new meter. Yes, QNH is now 1012. But it means 200 at 13, variable 1723. So yeah, still basically the same speed, so we'll not change anything there. Yeah, so 1012 then. So QNH 1012 set, cross-checked, passing flight level 75. Now, ±0. Good. Fast and go. We can continue down to the minimums of 1000 feet. 1000 sets. And we can slow down to 220 knots. 220 sets. And then go diesel. Slowing down. Flaps 1, speed checked. Okay, again, Agdel 5000 feet above. I expect to be there at about 5000. Let's slow down to 200 sets. Flaps 5, speed checked. And Agdel 5000, good. 0.3. Put it there. Reduces to 180 knots, 180 sets. And we can go over to the tower. Står go etter dag, Nordic 5, Victor Delta established RMP Echo 19 right.
Nordic 5, Victor Delta, Gamma Tower, go ettermiddag, expect stand 45, continue.
Is stand 72 available for 5 Victor Delta?
Expect stand 72.
Thank you, expect stand 72 and continue Nordic 5 Victor Delta.
AMD 612, line up runway 19, question 19 right, via Alpha 7. Line up.
So again, the altitude check is going to be conducted at 562. 1800. Missed approach
Level
altitude.
6612,
Five
min
thousand feet.
170 degrees
Set.
at 16 knots, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 19 right, 612.
Airport, sorry, runway inside. Doesn't forward, good. And we're turning final so we can set 192 degrees. Get down, flaps 15, speed checked. 160. Cam crew, sit for landing please. Land checklist flaps. Camera called, given. Engine start switches, continuous, speed brakes, armed, landing down, flaps holding 15.
Baltic 612, passing 2000 feet.
Baltic 612, 1 tower, 122, decimal 8, good day.
122, decimal 8, contact 10, yeah.
Contact 5 Victor Delta, wind 190 degrees at 16 knots, runway 19 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 19 right Nordic, 5 Victor Delta. Yeah, we clear to land. And yes, flaps 30, speed checked, and 146. Complete land checklist, flap 30 plan for the green, land checks complete. We are passing 562. Now 1850 feet. Good. We are clear to land. Push 1000 stable. We are clear to land.
1,000.
Disconnecting. Okay.
500. 400. Approaching minimums.
Contact.
300. Minimums. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Knots. 80 knots. 60 knots. There you go. Welcome to Gardermoen. Flight time. Yeah. 2 hours 37 minutes. And we manage Alpha 5.
Nordic 5 Victor Delta, taxi straight ahead hotel, stand 72, bye.
Straight ahead, Hotel Stan, TV2, Nordic 5 Victor Delta. Tack ska du ha det bra. Yeah, so clock is 32, so cooldown is finished at 36. Correction 37. Left and right is clear. Sorry, it's 35, not 37. My fault. North Pier, stand 7-2. No. Fences. Left clear, right clear. And 15 knots. And left clear, right clear. Park brake set, clock 35, shutdown number 2. Didn't work. There you go. Our ground power is connecting up. Sorry, I forgot the taxi lights. There you go, ground power available. Shutdown number 1.
Ground torstai cockpit.
Go ahead.
Hi Captain, microphone check please.
The boarding requested.
Read it on the clear.
Roger. OK Captain, ground power is available. Stand by, VLL start getting you offloaded in a couple of minutes.
Roger. Okay, shuttle checklist to the line. Fuel pumps off, probe it off, autopilot is set, flaps up, no lights, parking brake set, and starting get off. Off, shuttle checklist to the line is complete. What happened there? So flight time. R36. Okay, shutdown checklist, bloodline, technical completed, FB completed, shutdown checklist complete. There we go. So now we do that. Yes. Martin, hello, welcome, I'm doing well. Yes, indeed. Can actually wait a moment. We can finish up here because we're going to leave the aircraft nevertheless. Just wait a moment. Yes. So this aircraft is ready for the next crew to take off, enter IRS position. Yeah, this next crew can do that. Want to realign the IRS. Yes. Then should we take a quick walk out then? Walk out with the passengers. Yeah, we need to. Oh. We are just. At least here we have our aircraft from the jetway. I mean, we can also go out and look at it, but depends what you want to see, Martin. If you have any preferences. So yes, at least we are finished for today. I forgot to actually connect the air conditioning. Yeah. Okay, the entire aircraft. Like from the outside, like complete outside, or like from the terminal? Okay, outside, okay. Then we can fix it. Just look at that reflection. Very nice. So we can just do this then. So here we have our beautiful aircraft for today. November Golf Delta. Wonderful bird to fly. It's a nice aircraft. At least I think we need to round up now. Yes. Go back to the terminal. Oh, I'm going to fly with this aircraft later today. Oh, wonderful. Can at least report that this aircraft performs great. There is nothing else or nothing special regarding technical problems anyway. So it's a beautiful behaving aircraft, so look forward to that. But yeah, then we need to round it up. So I'm going to be flying tomorrow again. It looks like it's going to be on 6:30 departure out of Oslo to Malaga tomorrow. Except if anything happens and for some reason Norwegian changing aircraft or anything like that. We'll wait and see. So it just depends if you have the aircraft. It would be wonderful if you actually did have all the Norwegian registered aircraft in the sim, but unfortunately we don't. There's a few we don't have. At least we have the majority, so that's good. What program are you talking about, Martin? Are you talking about self-loading cargo? Or GSX, or what program are you talking about? Yeah, self-loading cargo. Okay. What is the question, or what are you, what do you need help with? Sorry, Martin, I don't have time. I can help you here. But like, what are you, what problems do you have? Så hvis jeg skjønner det riktig, så det angående å snakke med kabinbesetning og Grand Cru? I hvert fall for å kunne snakke med dem, så hvis du, her har du da mikrofonen, her ser du at hvis du bare klikker på scrollhjulet på musa, så kan du bytte mellom å bare høre eller kunne snakke. Og så har du en push to talk. Du kan velge om du skal push to talk, eller om du bare vil snakke fritt igjennom. Så hvis du da går inn på captain, voice control, og så require push to talk, så vil det da være venstre kontroll som vil da styre den. Så dermed, så da, hvis du da holder inn venstre kontroll, og sier for eksempel cockpit ground, så vil da den forhåpentligvis respondere. Du må bare klare å si det riktig. Jeg sliter litt noen ganger med det, men du vil klare å fikse det ganske greit. Ja. Så igjen, inn på sett innstillinger, som er den her, innstillinger, og så sound, captain, voice control, og så require push to talk. Og da vil det alltid da være left control, og jeg tror ikke du kan endre på det for øyeblikket. Jeg tror det er planlagt i fremtiden. Og så da for å kunne snakke, så må du bare klikke, holde mus over, og så klikke ned scrollehjulet for å kunne endre på modus her. Da må det være mikrofon for at du skal kunne da snakke med stemmen. Var det noe mer du lurte på? Usmooth landing, ok. Ok, så hvis jeg skjønner riktig, skal du kjøpe den nå? Men igjen, i hvert fall, du vil klare å finne ut av det. Det vil du klare å finne ut av. Hvis ikke, så er det jo, tror jeg han som har laget den også har noen videoer og en manual som gjør sånn at du kan finne det ut der. Åh, nydelig! Du vil nyte den. Den ganske artig. Jeg skal ha drift. Ha en fin dag videre. Snakkes i morgen. But then I need to round it up here now. So, again, I'm going to be flying to Malaga tomorrow morning. So it's going to be a long day there as well. Yeah, probably about actually the same length. Well, not a bit longer, but should be ending at around the same time nevertheless. I hope that you guys have enjoyed this one today, and hope to see you all again on the next ones. Have a good day. See you later. Bye bye.